Interlude. Marcus, the ranger, sitting wearily leaning against the back of a corner sofa in one of the establishments in the station's park zone, sighed, raising his gaze to the Minbari woman who had literally flown into the establishment. The potion given to him by Goa'uld, a stimulant as he put it, literally worked a miracle, eliminating absolutely all the consequences of his fight with Neroon: a twisted nose, ribs broken in 5 places, bruised kidneys, and only by a miracle, not a ruptured spleen. The only thing the Felinid kept silent about was the price of this cure. As the custodian advised, after leaving the battlefield, the man immediately went to the doctor's where, in fact, he learned how close he was to death because of his self-confidence. Fortunately, even before the end of the examination, the miracle drug completed its work, causing an expression of literal shock in Franklin's deputy. And then, he felt hunger. No, not like that. Hunger. A sharp feeling, literally 5 seconds later, replaced by a sharp pain in the stomach, forcing Marcus to hiss through his teeth and double over. Luckily, in the medical bay, there was something like a very high-calorie chocolate bar, which allowed him not to die right there and go to the first pub, bar, restaurant he came across. He did not pay much attention, only ordering a double portion of roast and a huge jug of fruit juice. Until he stood up and nodded respectfully to Delenn. Please forgive me for not standing up. I seem to be a little, overfed. Of course, sit. Are you okay? Neroon. I saw him with a bloody denbok, with a clear bruise on his face, and he disrupted the ceremony? No. The woman stopped Marcus with a gesture, ready to jump up from his seat. He came when everything was already finished. Oh yeah, Cole nodded, finishing his juice and feeling surprised that he wouldn't mind a third helping. But Koshak said the ceremony was over and I was lost. Shaq? Ah, the captain of these custodian guards, or whatever they're called. Well, Goa'uld, a huge humanoid cat in golden armor. Lord Baal's guard, the Minbari woman said thoughtfully, sitting down on the next chair. And he had a hand in this? I would like to point out, a familiar voice came from somewhere off to the side, and a second later its owner appeared, that I am undoubtedly very flattered by the belief of those around me in my own omnipresence and omniscience, but some random things happen, by chance. Lord Baal? Ambassador Delenn. The Goa'uld bowed with a smile, emerging from behind a lush plant growing in a pot and separating 2 adjacent tables. Ranger Marcus, I suppose I can congratulate you on your new status? Yes. The woman nodded cautiously, still looking at the Goa'uld with some caution. Thank you. But could you explain your phrase about accidents? Nothing could be simpler, Baal smiled. Just as accidentally as I ended up in this nice establishment at the next table, the Goa'uld smoothly moved the branches of the plant aside, demonstrating that his assistants were sitting at that very neighboring table, sipping tea with contented expressions on their faces. Goa'uld decided on his own initiative to intervene in the duel between Mr. Cole and Elith Neroon, preventing an even greater conflict that could have started if one of them had died as a result. It was a densha, Marcus corrected Baal with a sigh. Even in a fight between Minbari and Minbari, the death of one of the participants is the end of it. Despite Valen's ban on a Minbari killing a Minbari, the very nature of a duel to the death implies that the participants take the blame for their own deaths by agreeing to the duel. And suicide, he spread his hands, although undoubtedly a tragic event, does not contradict any laws. And in the case when one of the duelists is a common man. Marcus! Delenn shook her head, displeasure in her voice. Stop belittling yourself. It's unworthy of a ranger. Speaking of consequences, Lord Baal thoughtfully stroked his beard with his fingers. Judging by your truly legendary appetite, Dorn shared a dose of the combat regenerative drug with you? Ahem. Marcus frowned for a moment, even slowing down as he chewed the fluffy bun left over from the roast. He called it a stimulant. Yes, that's usually what they're called. Is such an appetite normal? Delenn looked at the Goa'uld with concern. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to show Marcus to someone from the medical service. I've already been there, Marcus waved his hand. Quite normal, Baal answered at the same time as the ranger. The drug stimulates the body's natural regeneration for a short time, bringing it to a practically miraculous level. And I mean literally. Severed limbs, of course, won't grow back. But if the patient was alive at the time of administration, even in the worst case, he'll survive until he gets to the infirmary. And in the best case, he'll continue fighting in a couple of minutes.
But hunger!
Tell me, Mr. Cole.
Baal inclined his head to one side.
Where do you think your body should get the resources for recovery? Fusion of torn tissues, bones, replenishment of blood to replace the lost? Its own reserves are used for everything. As a result, severe hunger in the next couple of hours after the injection. In your case,
The Goa'uld narrowed his eyes for a moment.
I believe the process will last a little longer. The body has already healed the damage, but the metabolism is still accelerated. But why? Marcus winced in displeasure at the eloquent sound his stomach made and motioned to the waiter, who was already looking sideways at him with genuine interest, to bring him another portion of the roast. The dose is calculated for a felinid, and they, if you noticed, are somewhat larger than a human. However, it's not that bad. It won't kill you. After all, the most serious expenditure of resources occurs during the regeneration of injuries, and you are quite healthy now. Then have something high-calorie and sweet for dessert. I think you'll be fine by the time you finish eating. Thank you. Marcus nodded a little slowly. You're welcome, as the Russians say, Baal shrugged. Until za, Ranger, with a half-bow. The Goa'uld turned away, returning to his table, leaving them alone. Marcus could only shake his head and with pleasure put the first spoonful of the dish brought by the waiter into his mouth. Delenn sat opposite, watching with a concerned look as the man ate, which caused him a very strange sensation, which he did not fail to report literally 10 seconds later. Until Ja, you look at me as if you fear imminent and sudden death. From overeating. He smiled. Marcus, the Minbari sighed. I am grateful to you for your actions, and I am grateful to Lanier for the fact that, while remaining an absolutely faithful Minbari to his word, he still found a way to do things his own way. But please, don't do that again. There was stern displeasure in the woman's voice, but the slight reproach in her eyes and the brief touch of her palm to his hand, which was lying on the table, indicated that she was not angry, but rather worried. I won't promise, the man chuckled, then became serious. We live for the one, and we will die for the one, if necessary. However, he bowed his head. I will be the last one to be dissatisfied if such a necessity never occurs. Rao Dorn's initiative, and this was indeed his personal initiative, which I was informed about after the fact, was a pleasant surprise, and once again confirmed the correctness of my decision about the possibility of leaving the felinids in this galaxy as an independent civilization, a kind of heirs to the greatness of the Goa'ulds. Although the cat clearly felt very uncomfortable, reporting to me about what had happened, which was easy to read even without a network of replicators through facial expressions, the position of his ears, and the twitching of the tip of his tail. He still considered his decision correct, and was ready to answer for it. if I decided to show dissatisfaction. However, I definitely didn't intend to do that. Aleth Naroon had every chance of killing Marcus, and the Ranger was a very positive person who could only benefit people. Although I didn't remember exactly how their confrontation ended in the original story, the survival of the man was an undoubted plus, and therefore Dorn did absolutely the right thing. And it was even funnier to see in Delen's eyes the sincere belief that all this was set up by me. That awkward moment when you have absolutely nothing to do with it, but the blind faith of others in your exceptionalism. Yeah. You brought it to this outcome yourself. Corone shrugged, watching the Ranger and the Minbari leave the establishment. All of this is a direct consequence of your actions and your mysteriousness. Touché, Corone. I smile, putting the last piece of cake in my mouth and washing it down with tea. Touché. However, even in the seemingly most improbable outcomes, one can find an advantage. Having beckoned the waiter with a gesture and having paid for the order, yes, technically it wasn't payment, but considering the overall scale of the financial flows swirling inside the station, no one would notice. I gallantly helped the Nex get up from the table and we headed off for another walk performance. Thanks to another lull on Babylon 5, which happened periodically, no matter how much Garibaldi liked to grumble about the opposite, I had relatively free time and a reason to finally start arranging a new home for the Felinids. The technological chains for the full terraforming of any planet, from the state of a dead stone ball to the state of a paradise world, were well known, understandable, and accessible to the replicators. And although I did not complete the process using the example of my laboratory planet, having waved my hand at it and having turned all its depths into, in fact, a huge warehouse of resources around the research complex, it was possible to try hard for my children. Moreover, a suitable world already existed in the territories of the galaxy belonging to me, found by one of the research probes during the study and refinement mapping of space, which had been carried out in the background all these years. The new home for the Felinids was a practically ideal planet from a biological, cosmological point of view. An ideal distance from the local star, identical in parameters to the Earth-Sun, 2 satellites, a rich biosphere, for an unknown reason not having its own intelligent life, but capable of providing food and a comfortable habitat for an entire civilization. The planetoid itself, the 4th from the star, was 15% larger than Earth, which already created increased gravity, but did not yet present excessive difficulties for the stronger and more resilient Felinids. Together with the other celestial bodies of this system, and a decent distance to the nearest inhabited systems discovered by scouts, it was an excellent and cozy home, with good prospects for development and the beginning of expansion. And considering the technologies available to my Khajiits, which I will leave as a legacy, in some 2 or 3 centuries, they have all the prerequisites for turning into an influential empire with all the consequences. However, they will figure out their own state system and plans for seizing world domination themselves. But for now, I already had a project for the capital of their new home prepared, representing a wild but very elegant mix of the architectural and technological styles of Asgard, Goa'uld, and Ancients, known, albeit not fully in the case of the Ancients, from the replicator database. In fact, the first and largest city of the Felinids will be an analog of Atlantis, from the spin-off series describing the neighboring branch of events of the original world of my body, except that it is executed to a greater extent using pyramidal forms and gold themes in the interiors. The settlement will be formed around the central pyramid building, which will be both the main administrative building of the city and a repository of information and available technologies. When deciding which of the available knowledge makes sense to provide to the felonids, I immediately rejected the replicators themselves. Of course, micro and especially nanomachines, capable of self-replication, adaptation to external influences, and construction of any necessary technology were the ideal technology, but this was their main ideological disadvantage. I literally could not be 100% sure of the safety and reliability of the replicators without third-party control in my own person over a long period of time. Two eloquently contrary facts existed in the databases of the replicators themselves, in the form of a chronicle of their encounters with technologically advanced species, and in my memory of a past life, even if the latter could not boast of absolute completeness. And I was not going to expose my children to such a risk. And this is not to mention the important fact that such technological perfection at the start could easily put an end to any further development. They simply would not have the incentive to become stronger and learn something new. And this is a direct path to technological stagnation, and then to the degradation of civilization, which again is the last thing I wanted for them. In any case, even the Asgard and Goa'uld technologies alone would be absolutely sufficient for a start. And I wasn't going to skimp on that. Yes, even in that case, there was still a non-zero probability that the felonid society could slide down to the level of highly developed techno-barbarians, having lost the understanding of available technologies, but I preferred to hope that I had created more, not ideal, no, but promising creatures. That's for sure. And I'm definitely not going to repeat the mistakes of the local parents, which were perfectly readable in the example of the Vorlons, the Shadows, and their grandfather, Lorien. I will give my pupils all the conditions for development, show them the way, so to speak, give them the opportunity to become something more, and then I will simply step aside. Contrary to the opinion of both sides, that the Shadows and the Vorlons are wrong, evolution, or rather its path in the universe, will continue in any case, regardless of which path is chosen, order and submission, or entropy and struggle. And if a specific species somewhere along its path goes wrong, well, it means that the path was simply wrong. However, I still sincerely believe in the ability of felinids to survive any difficulties on the path of their development and establish the fur tyranny of divine cats. Yes, that's right. In the meantime, you can play in the sandbox. No matter how, quote, perfect the chosen planet was, it still needed to be developed to the proud title of Mother World of the Felinid Civilization. Choose a place for the capital. Partially change the terrain. Assemble the main structures of the buildings. Lay down all the technological facilities and communications. An orbital shipyard again. The Felinids were not wild, quote, Popuans, but a fairly developed civilization of the cosmic level. At least, that's how I created them, and that's how they appeared to everyone around them. And this imposed certain requirements on their capabilities and available resources. Yes, I won't be able to create a full-fledged world from scratch, at least not so quickly and easily. But making the planet a developed colony, capable of self-sufficiency and further development was quite within my power. Interlude. Tell me that anything went as planned. Sheridan sighed wearily, not turning to Franklin as he entered the command center. The captain had been looking at the interactive map for half an hour, reflecting all recorded shadow attacks on the League's protected territory. At some point, he caught himself thinking that he was falling into some kind of trance, replaying the chronology of attacks over and over again and stubbornly not understanding what sense they could make. Against this background, the clear and sudden awareness that came from the depths of his consciousness about the identity of the person who had entered was perceived as self-evident. "How did you know it was me?" Stefan asked, puzzled.
I don't know myself. John shrugged.
Am I becoming a prophet?
It'll be funny if that's the case.
Franklin chuckled, sitting down in the next chair. And about the news. Thanks to Lord Baal's invaluable help, we have successfully defrosted all the telepaths rescued from that transport. I have now placed them in the free wards of the medical bay. But soon we will be able to transfer them to the level of... He sighed. Golden Babylon. We can use them to fight the shadows? We need to talk to each one individually. The medic shook his head. Judging by their strength level, I'd say that almost all of them are fit, at least if the core databases aren't lying. But I can't say the same about their own readiness. What about Garibaldi and the telepaths arriving on Babylon 5? As far as I know, there are about 50 more people there who are ready to work. For money, of course. Okay. The captain closed his eyes for a few seconds, massaging the bridge of his nose. Everything all right, Captain? The medic frowned, looking the man over carefully. You look... When was the last time you slept? Recently, John answered absent-mindedly. I think some kind of meaningless nonsense. Sleep is not meaningless nonsense. Captain, I already tried to convey the same idea to him. Delen's voice rang out from the entrance to the hall. The Minbari looked, as always, fresh and rested, which created a striking contrast with the captain's condition. Delen, Captain. The woman looked at him reproachfully, coming closer. I noticed your tired appearance back at the ceremony, but I hoped that you would go to rest right after it, and what do I see now? How can I rest in such a situation? I have to. Captain Sheridan, Franklin interrupted sternly. As the chief medical officer of Babylon 5, I demand that you stop treating your health with such disregard. Do you have any critically urgent matters to attend to right now? No, but maybe just one thing. You have half an hour to finish it and pass the rest to your deputy. Stephen raised his hand with the communicator to his mouth. Ivanova, this is Franklin. Doctor, did something happen? In half an hour, please replace the captain in the tactical room. But... There was surprise in the officer's voice. Why are you telling me this? I am saying this because Captain Sheridan is being disrespectful of his own health, jeopardizing the effectiveness of the station's command. As the station's senior medical officer, I have the authority to issue such orders. Oh, I understand you, but I can only be there in 45 minutes. I need to hand over the duty on the bridge and adjust the schedule. 45 minutes will do. Stephen cut off the connection, looking pointedly at the captain. Damn it, Doctor. That's exactly it. Damn it, Captain. This isn't the first time I've told you this. I understand the importance of what we're doing, the importance of what we've all gotten ourselves into. But you won't do anyone any good if you go down with fatigue. John. Delen looked at the man reproachfully. Please be reasonable. You need to eat and rest. Besides, the Minbari smiled, the people you were expecting have arrived at the station, and they would like to talk to you. Okay. I still don't understand what the shadows are up to. Sheridan waved his hand, throwing printouts with reports on enemy activity onto the table. What exactly is the problem? Delen sat down on the other side of Sheridan, her whole demeanor expressing interest. The shadows' attacks seem completely unsystematic, without any logic, from the moment we successfully attacked them with the help of telepaths. The captain took the printouts from the table again, demonstratively shaking the sheets in the air. They have been attacking practically all over the League, but without any visible system. Although each of the attacks, each of the battles with them, from a tactical point of view, is absolutely ideal. And it is clear, one contradicts the other. Perhaps, Franklin frowned. We just don't understand the principle of selecting targets, Delenn finished for the medic. Thank you. The captain chuckled sarcastically. I didn't understand that. That's the problem. We don't understand why they're attacking here. And that's what worries me the most. I feel a trap. Maybe they... Delenn stared at the screen with the attack markers plotted on the galaxy map for a few seconds, then turned to the captain in shock, rising to her feet. They've never attacked. Here. The Minbari's finger jabbed at the screen, pointing to the system in the center of the affected area. It's not entirely clear, but if we assume they have some kind of plan, that means they haven't touched this area since the attacks began until today. But why? That's the problem. I don't know, Sheridan said, throwing up his hands. I have a proposal. Doctor? We can send rangers to this area. Let them conduct reconnaissance, find out what is located there. What could be of any interest to the enemy? What if this alerts the shadows? Then we'll find out everything very quickly. Stephen spread his hands. We can guess and operate with theories for as long as we like, Captain, but it might be too late to do anything. I agree. Sheridan nodded after a short pause. I'll think about your offer. But first, Delenn looked at him sternly. You will shower, shave, and dine with the guests you are expecting. And then you will go to bed. All other matters will wait until you wake up. The captain could only raise his hands in the air, admitting defeat. Lord Rafa twitched his cheek in displeasure. Lately, everything had been going completely wrong. Not only had his reputation back home been in tatters since the failed bombing of Narn, but this entire campaign was clearly moving in the wrong direction. And it was even difficult to clearly determine who was to blame. External irresistible forces, as he mentally called Lord Baal, and his interference with some sarcasm, or the stupidity of the new emperor, and Rafa was even at a loss to say which of the possible reasons irritated him more. And then there was Londo. The Centauri's face twisted at the thought of, perhaps, at one time in the past, he could have called him an ally, perhaps even a friend. Although Malari himself would certainly not agree with this assessment. At one time in the past, but not now. Since the last conversation, in which the ambassador on Babylon 5 clearly expressed his position to him, they had not exchanged a single word. All business matters were handled by his attaché, Vir Koto, and personal calls. Malari simply ignored them, pretending that Reef did not exist, and it would be fine if the problem was only in Narn and Malari. You could still give up on that. Failures haunted him in personal endeavors as well. Although, Reef spat right onto the carpet, not caring at all that such behavior might seem unacceptable to someone, and not in keeping with his status and position in society. Even failures in personal endeavors were Malari's fault. A stubborn idiot who didn't see his own benefit. However, the idiot was quite paranoid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent his half-witted assistant to meet this... Refa's cheek twitched again, forcing the Centaurian to rub it with his fingers in irritation. Sir, the door to his office opened, and Sarathi, an old Centauri servant, looked in, bowing respectfully. Dinner is ready. Shall I serve it here? Yes. Riff waved his hand absent-mindedly. Anything else? The Centaurian looked with displeasure at the servant, who still remained standing in the passage. You have a message, sir, he said, slightly puzzled, holding out the information crystal in his palm. A message?
What nonsense! Give it here!
Rising from his chair with a sharp movement, Rifa snatched the crystal, staring demandingly at Sarathi. Who brought it? Courier, sir, with the mark of the Malari house on his uniform. Malari. What does this old bastard want? Okay. I'll see during lunch. Yes, sir. Dinner will be ready in a minute. Sarodi bowed and hurried off to the kitchen to give his final orders. Rifa thoughtfully twirled the crystal in his fingers, genuinely perplexed both by the choice of the method of delivery of the message and by the very fact of its existence. What could Londo want to tell him that was so important and secret that he had to use a courier instead of diplomatic channels? Demons devour him. He had to send the crystal to Centauri Prime in the usual way first. What nonsense. After a moment's thought, Rifa sat back down at his desk and inserted the crystal into the socket of his terminal. The light in the office flickered for a moment, causing the Centauri to frown. But since everything returned to normal in less than a second, he simply sighed and started playback. Judging by the format of the data, it was a standard video message, which raised even more questions, since it would have been much easier, again, to just call. "I would wish you good health, Refa." Londo, who appeared on the screen, sprawled leisurely on the sofa, gesturing relaxedly with a glass of some kind of drink. "But this is the last thing I would want in this life." "You see," the Centauri took a sip from the glass and continued, "politeness and decency are not for the likes of you. Your lunch, sir." The returning servant placed a tray with several plates on a table nearby and began to serve the meal in a businesslike manner. Refa's desire to dine in his office was not unusual these days. Centauri were not exactly workaholics, but some still put their duties to the state first, and their own comfort second. Absent-mindedly waving his hand, sending the servant away, Refa thoughtfully peered at the image on the screen, where Londo was smiling broadly right into the camera. "I could forgive a lot, Refa. Intrigue, slander, forgery. All these are the usual and customary ways of solving business issues back home on Centaur." The ambassador waved his hand with a glass in the air. "We absorb these traditions from the first years of life. But there are things, Refa," Londo leaned forward, "that cannot be forgiven." "What does he even think he's doing?" Refa irritably hit the key, stopping the playback. Leaning back in his chair, the man drummed his fingers on the tabletop. Ambassador Malari's behavior was starting to cause some concerns. After everything that had happened, he wasn't even sure how far his former comrade's bad temper could lead if Londo found out who exactly was guilty of the assassination attempt on his No, Refa shook his head. He carefully selected the perpetrators, acting through third parties and making sure that even their capture would not lead to his person. And nothing had worked out on the ship because of Veer. And on the same Babylon 5, it would have been completely reckless to act, so what? Frowning, Refa broke off a piece of perfectly cooked meat with his fork, and having sent it into his mouth, picked up a glass of juice in his hands, leaning back and continuing to watch. "It's your fault that Prime Minister Malachi died. I'm sure you're spitting at the screen and accusing me of slander, but rest assured, I checked everything 3 times before throwing out such accusations. Because of your intrigues, I personally had to kill Urza Jado, at least managing to help his family. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, as the Earthlings say." Malari took another sip from his glass, shaking his head in displeasure. The next moment, Londo jerked towards the camera, literally screaming at the entire cabin. You dared to attempt on the life of the only woman I love?" Rifa felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple. After all, the bastard had found out that this was his doing. Or had he just assumed? Yes, it was a perfectly logical assumption, considering the note on which they had parted the last time they met, but the Centauri swallowed, drinking the contents of his glass in one gulp. He had to watch until the end. If Londo decided to accuse him openly, he had to know what to expect. However, the ambassador on the screen clearly calmed down, leaning back on the sofa again. "We are all like that, Refa. Pupils of the Centauri, true children of our people. And I will act as a Centauri of noble blood should act. Do you remember our last meeting? I'm sure you remember. Londo smiled contentedly, and Refa suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable. I did warn you about the consequences, and although the reason turned out to be somewhat different, old methods are the best methods. You have probably already enjoyed the wonderful taste of your juice. I've had a good chance to study you over the years, Refa, to study and understand how predictable you are at certain moments. With eyes wide open in realization, Riff threw the empty glass away from himself, smashing it against the wall of the office with a crystal ringing sound. The first needle of pain pricked his insides.
Poison? Poison. Damn poison, but who? How? In his own house? I think you'll be interested to know, Londo continued, that reaching you in your own home was a little more difficult than I thought. The amazing loyalty of servants to their master, astonishing in our time. But I still managed. And so, very soon, you will finally get what you deserve, as will your entire house, Refa. I think, Molari narrowed his eyes. You might have noticed how the light flickered the first moment after connecting the crystal to your terminal. Or something else equally insignificant happened. It was a tiny, wonderful computer virus, hidden deep within this message. An ordinary virus would certainly not have gone unnoticed by security systems. But the creation of technomages, Londo smacked his lips. Getting one of those was an extremely difficult task. These brothers are very sensitive about their achievements. But nothing is impossible if you know the right people and have enough money.
This virus should have hacked all your files by now. And then, having supplemented them with a couple of very incriminating facts, sent them personally to Emperor Cartagia, on behalf of an anonymous and very patriotic Centauri, of course. I think even an idiot like our new emperor will understand what role you played in the failure of the most important offensive on the Narn capital world. However, I am being too verbose. You should just start choking, turning green and experiencing all the other delights of the poison's effect. Don't worry. I will make sure that your family gets what is due to them. For all their services to the Republic. Farewell, Rifa. The image on the screen went dark, and Lord Rifa, gasping for air, swept the dinner plates off the table, hoping that at least the crash of their fall would attract the servants' attention, hoping that they would make it in time.
Although the fading, sober part of his consciousness told the Centauri that the poison Londo had used would take effect long before anyone would manage to appear on the threshold of the office. And the sharp flash of pain that twisted his insides and seemed to burn out his lungs, forcing both hearts to literally burst, eloquently confirmed this.
Te
Was all Riff managed to croak before the man's consciousness faded, and he fell to the floor, no longer feeling the blow to his temple on the corner of the table, and not seeing how the crystal in the terminal flared up with a quiet hiss, melting into an amorphous mass in a matter of seconds, and burning out all traces of its presence.
Flight. Power. Speed.
The abysses of space, devoured by the engine with incredible but so familiar ease.
She. Or he. It.
It doesn't matter who or what you were before. Now only the ship, obedient to your will, and the voice in your head, guiding, giving orders, is important.
Especially when the finale, the denouement, is so close.
Stupid younger races, of their own free will driving themselves into a trap, not allowing even a fleeting thought that a safe place simply does not exist. Not in this galaxy, not now, and not under their supervision. The ship's shimmering black skin was washed by hyperspace, waves of gravitational distortions
remnants of signals lost in the infinity of travelers. The ancient, like the universe itself, emptiness of degenerate space. The ship always liked to feel this, although it did not have feelings in the literal sense of the word. It was all superficial, brought into itself by the mind of the pilot, the mind of the being, fused with it into one, creating a mighty machine. She. A sudden command, an order that came from an unimaginable distance, breaking through even hyperspace, made the shadow ship freeze in space. Puzzled. Was it being recalled? Demanded to return to base? Why?
All his senses told him that he was fully functional. During the last battle, not a single one of the younger ships could even touch the black skin, being destroyed faster than they could react. And now such an order comes. Strange, incomprehensible. But the voice demanded, and the ship had no choice but to obey. With a disgruntled cry, the shadow ship turned around and headed towards Zahadum. Chapter 86. Honey Trap. To Meo Danaos et Dona Ferentes. Aeneid by Virgil. Welcome back, Alice! I stand up with a smile to greet the girl who just passed through the stargate in my cabin. The telepath looked, at once more self-assured, as if she had matured and extremely thoughtful. However, perhaps this was quite understandable. All this time she had been mastering and had mastered new opportunities and abilities, received as a result of genetic changes. And if she had mastered her enhanced telepathic gift quite quickly, literally in less than a day, then telekinesis, or rather, its conscious use with precise dosing of applied efforts, had not been so easy for her. I even sinfully thought for a second that I had made a mistake in the changes somewhere. But, having run a full scan of her body structure and, especially, her brain while the girl was sleeping, he still discarded this thought. The new cell and tissue structures were exactly as they should have been, according to the genetic map compiled by the replicators before starting the process. The difficulties. Everything was much simpler. Human psychology. Unlike Ironheart, who literally had no choice but to master the new gift abruptly and quickly, in order to avoid mass casualties among the civilian population and other uninvolved, Alice's gift was complete and stable. Like that of Talia Winters, after the influence of Jason himself, only, stronger. So, the only difficulty was winning over herself, so that the girl could convince herself that she was able to move objects with the power of thought. However, she coped with it quite well. "Thank you," the telepath smiled. "How did it go?" Judging by Yuki's messages, the adaptation to the new state was successful. "This is simply incredible, Lord Baal." Alice nodded enthusiastically, with a slight gesture of her hand causing the porcelain cup, which had been standing on the table in front of me, to rise into the air, hovering smoothly at the level of her face. Not a bad level of control. The telepath almost immediately lowered her hand, and the cup remained levitating in the air, oscillating up and down by only 1.223 millimeters, which was practically unnoticeable for the ordinary human eye, but noticeable for the replicator. "Wonderful!" I smile warmly at the girl. "I'm glad that the changes went exactly as planned. Judging by your appearance, this," I point to the dishes in the air, "doesn't require much effort?" "For small and light objects," Alice nodded, "it is enough for me to simply remember that they exist, and I hold them. If there are more of them," she thought for a moment, "from 24 and more, it is easier for me when I keep them in my field of vision. Otherwise I have to concentrate on holding them, and this gradually becomes tiring."
Try to consider small objects as one larger one. I thoughtfully stroke my beard. In terms of, imagine a handful of sand. I take a bowl of granulated sugar with a smile, demonstratively pouring some into my palm. On the one hand, it's a multitude of individual grains of sand, specifically here. I squint at the pile on my hand. About 500, I think. If you concentrate on each of them, even if they were completely weightless, the human brain, even yours, wouldn't be able to handle such a load. At least for now, I added to myself, remembering Jason's atomic telekinesis, which, to be honest, still slightly baffled the replicator network, since nothing in the telepath's genetic changes directly indicated that such a thing could be possible. But if we consider them as a handful of sugar, a single object. The telepath hovered, starting to think about something intensely, drilling the pile of sugar on my palm with her gaze. Alice's face reflected concentration. She frowned, clenching her fists for a moment, and then the handful of sugar trembled. The nanites in my palm literally felt the weightless touch of something invisible, which had caught their outer layer. The effect was immediately compensated, especially since it was purely physical and already familiar. This is exactly how Ironheart tried to influence me in that cabin, where we talked with him in Talia, only incomparably more powerful and deeper. And then the pile smoothly rose into the air. It was obvious that it was noticeably more difficult for Alice to hold it than the cup before, but the girl tried, keeping the object in her field of vision. Interestingly, although she seemed to have completely forgotten about the first object raised into the air, it did not even think of falling, continuing to hang in the air. Finally, the telepath slumped her shoulders wearily, releasing air through clenched teeth, and the grains of sand in the cup fell down.
Oh,
Alice immediately caught the last one, not letting it break and smoothly lowering it back onto the table.
sorry.
It's okay. I calmed the girl with a wave of my hand. The main thing is that you got the gist.
Yes.
It really worked. But you're not a telepath. The telepath looked at me in surprise. And certainly not a telekinetic, since you... The Goa'uld Empire includes many different species and civilizations. Among them are those gifted with telepathy. And in the vastness of the vast universe, there are those that any of the inhabitants of this galaxy would consider gods. Fortunately, I smile, seeing the shock on the girl's face, those of them that I know of are not at all interested in any kind of expansion. Yeah. The ancients are sitting in their conceptual 80s-style dive bar in the middle of the great shit, watching the events in the galaxy that gave birth to them through newspaper articles. And the same queue are playing role-playing games about the Wild West, simultaneously dying of endless boredom and satiety with the universe. And only one of them found entertainment in pestering poor and unfortunate Captain Picard, testing the strength of his moral and personal boundaries. No, definitely, what a blessing that they are all somewhere out there, and not here, and are not at all interested in expansion. At the same time as observing Alice's training, I was conducting a cycle of calculations for a similar improvement of the felonid genome. Well, as I was conducting, the replicator network, based on the results of the girl's body scans and the noted progress in mastering new capabilities, made small, almost cosmetic edits to the algorithm, adjusting it to the similar but still different physiology of the tailed ones. The idea of creating psychers, in the sense of felinid telepaths, still seemed correct and necessary. After all, it was through the biological development of the species, which mostly affected the development of the mind, that the evolutionary path of civilizations in this galaxy went. And the felinids will have to develop here. That is why, right now, when the effectiveness and 100% workability of the method had already been confirmed, Rao Dorn was in the medical block on board the Will of the Emperor, undergoing exactly the same procedure as Alice recently, making him the first swallow
was a reasonable decision. It was him I planned to leave as the head of the felonid colony on the planet allocated to them. Especially since Rao himself happily agreed to the offer as soon as he heard the question. However, considering their sincere affection for me as a father and creator, I believe that even if I offered him to go out into the airlock without a spacesuit, he would only ask which one. This was both frightening and delightful. Anyway, thank you very much. Perhaps it really was worth doing. I'm glad to hear it. Then I can be calm about your safety and your future. Thank you.
Alice impulsively and completely unexpectedly for me took 2 steps forward, hugging me tightly with her arms.
I'll go tell Brother Theo that I'm back.
A satisfied Alice ran out of the cabin, leaving me with a smile wandering across my face. I did a good deed and got a profit. That's how you should work. It's a rare occasion, came over the network from a clearly pleased Corone, to observe how you honestly and soberly assess your motivation and the goals you have set. It stopped being funny a couple of years ago. I transmit the image of a reproachful shake of the head. You have long been convinced that I am not the irrational tyrant that I can sometimes seem. And even when I commit absurd acts at first glance, they still have a purpose. Not always obvious, not always significant, but there is one. It's hard to argue, Neka sighed. Please forgive me, I got carried away, but in my defense, I can say that this is how you created me.
In the girl's digital voice, there was a mixture of stubbornness, sincere guilt, and fears of offending me. What kind of explosive cocktail is this? There is something charming about our bickering. I smile. They allow me to remember that everyone can make mistakes, and it doesn't matter who you are. A simple person, or some other alien, or a high-tech android with a collective consciousness and soul, capable of destroying all life in the galaxy without even scratching its heel. I'm glad. Interlude. Captain Sheridan paced his cabin from one end to the other for what? 10th, 100th, 1000th time? The man kept going over the data he'd received from the Ranger reconnaissance ship sent to Sector 83, the very one the Shadows seemed to be demonstratively avoiding during their attacks. And what he'd learned gave John a tingling sensation all over his body. The small ship sent out to reconnoiter had discovered there a huge concentration of refugees from various systems affected by enemy attacks. There were no habitable or even long-term habitable planets in Sector 83, but there was an old geological station there, apparently belonging to the GAMS, which was quite sufficient to coordinate incoming ships and provide basic servicing for them if necessary. And right now, in this system, seeing that it was not being touched, ships from all the worlds of the League were gathering, believing that it would be better and wiser to wait out the hottest phase of the confrontation in cramped conditions there than to risk exposing themselves to shadow attacks on the planets of their home systems or at more populated transport hubs. And, damn it, now it was becoming completely clear to Sheridan what the enemy's plan was. He really wanted to be wrong, but he could not discount the worst-case scenario. Captain? A call came from the door, followed by Ivanova's voice. Come in, Susan, Marcus, Lieutenant Prendick. John nodded, still maintaining a tense expression on his face, letting in the people who had arrived. Did something happen? The perceptive Marcus noticed the captain's condition. Captain? The first mate of the Calvados raised an eyebrow in confusion. I'll explain everything now. The man nodded. You must have seen the same tactical reports as I did. For almost 2 months now, the Shadows have been making short raids on the territories of the younger races, ignoring the metropolises, but causing significant damage to the colonies and remote outposts. As far as I understand, Ivanova said thoughtfully, they don't particularly worry us either.
In all the time, the planets of the Earth Commonwealth have only been attacked 3 times.
And those were 2 military observation stations with a crew of 10 people, and one of the industrial colonies that broke away from Earth, like us, which is now used to coordinate rangers in the sector. That's right. But as it turns out, this is far from our biggest problem. An expression of intense thought appeared on the faces of those present. The officers and the ranger were clearly going over, just as he himself had not long ago, all the available information and coming to the same alarming conclusions. A trap, Prendick expressed the general opinion. Refugees from League worlds are flocking to Sector 83, but for some reason, the Shadows aren't attacking civilian ships. Incredible good nature. A trap. Sheridan nodded. That's obvious now. The only thing we don't know for sure is when it will snap shut. However, the man sighed, I suppose it will be very soon. The flow of refugees has been cut in half in 2 days.
It seems that almost everyone who wanted and could is already there.
If the Shadows strike, covering everyone at once, it will demoralize all League members, depriving us of even the crumbs of support we have. Sheridan nodded to Ivanova. And, as I said, the flow of refugees has almost dried up. An attack can be expected at any moment. Today, tomorrow, in an hour. Delenn is now trying to negotiate with the League for mutual assistance, without giving out all the information, of course. The fleet, if they agree, will wait for a signal in hyperspace near the system, but... The captain spread his hands. Someone needs to send this signal, and this someone must be us. Ivanova nodded understandingly, exchanging glances with Marcus. That's right. You are to take up position in Sector 83. Maintain radio silence no matter what happens. For any outside observer, you are not there and never were. As soon as the Shadows appear, do not act like a hero.
Do not engage in combat. Send a signal to the fleet and fly away to hell from there. The rest will be their work. I will give you the Calvados. Sheridan nodded towards the gloomy Prendick. The White Star would be better. But it has become familiar, and the Earth prototype has encountered the Shadows only a couple of times. Edward. John turned to the first mate. Captain? If any of the crew doesn't want to participate, tell me. They can easily be left on the Babylon, replaced by one of the Rangers. They are, of course, naval, but the flight is one continuous adventure with no guarantee of return. The crew's uncertainty can play a bad joke. Understood, Captain. The lieutenant nodded. I will conduct a briefing and inform you of the results within half an hour. But I think no one will refuse. Good. The main thing to remember is that your task is to give a signal and go to base. If the Shadows attack you directly, fight them off, but leave the battle at the first opportunity. What if no one answers the signal? Susan, the man sighed. I remember your Russian pessimism, but let's not do it now. But still, you yourself said, if there is a fleet, the fleet will be there in any case, the captain said gloomily, lowering his voice. This is classified information, but I hope it won't go further than this cabin. Minbar will provide 2 heavy cruisers and 100 White Stars in addition. They finished them after all, Marcus smiled broadly. Were you aware? There are few secrets among the Rangers, the man nodded. Especially in a situation where they will be the ones piloting these ships. In that case, you understand the reason for the secrecy. If that's the case, then the situation doesn't look so hopeless, Susan sighed. We'll do everything, Captain. Excellent. That's exactly what I was counting on. Be careful. We will, sir. Ivanova nodded briefly and turned, heading for the exit. The others followed her. There was less and less time to prepare. But breaking away right now would be even worse, especially with an enemy like the Shadows. Watching them leave, John let out a tired sigh, sinking into a chair. He really wanted to hope that Delenn would be lucky. Without the League ships, with only the White Stars and a couple of Minbari cruisers, they would not win the war. Even if they could repel the Shadows' attack on the refugees with these forces, the losses would be so great that there would simply be nothing to fight with. "Kosh," the captain said quietly into the air. "I could use some advice." Somewhere deep inside, Sheridan felt some kind of movement, an emotion, a thought. But he heard nothing specific. Since that one conversation, a piece of the Vorlon inside him had been hiding in the very depths of the man's mind, pretending that it didn't exist there at all. Either such an existence was a difficult test even for a Vorlon, or Kosh simply didn't want to communicate with the person who, in fact, had exposed him to the attack of the Shadows on the station.
You do understand that we literally have nowhere to hide from each other? And if I die, the same fate will await you?
Again, emotion, without a single word. Something very similar to a mixture of irritation, disappointment, and fatigue from the stupid child who continues to pester adults with his childish problems. It was offensive.
Well, then I'll go to the new Kosh. Maybe the Vorlon will throw in a couple more ships.
He even managed to get to his feet, stepping towards the door of the cabin, when a familiar tired voice sounded in his head.
Stupidity. Mistake.
Oh, really?
I won't be around on Zadum.
The Kosh fragment continued.
Yes, and I'll die there.
The captain sighed.
I've heard that before. Something new? Do it.
Kosh made a familiar disgruntled sigh sound. What you have in mind? Unite the League with help. There is still time. And the new ambassador? He won't understand. I already said, he's not like me. And the Kosh fragment fell silent, once again going into the depths of the captain's consciousness. Sheridan literally felt that it would be very difficult to reach his interlocutor now. However, he received advice, and John did not expect more now. The signal from the door bell made the man raise an eyebrow in surprise, giving the command to open. "Come in." "Hello, John," the Minbari woman who entered smiled. "Delenn! How did it go with the League? I just briefed Ivanova, Marcus, and my second-in-command from Calvados. They're getting ready. It would be nice. They will give ships," the woman nodded, handing Sheridan a printed list. "That's not much," the captain said thoughtfully, reading the lines that reflected exactly how many ships the governments were ready to provide. And thank goodness for that. Convincing them to weaken their own defenses for the sake of our plan was not easy. And how difficult it will be to keep the ships in ambush if the wait drags on. It would be better for us to hurry up with the takeoff. Prendick asked for half an hour to settle matters with the crew of my ship, and the rest, I think, are ready to fly out right now. We can leave in the morning. I hope so, Delenn sighed, moving deeper into the cabin and stopping next to the man. I've made arrangements. The cruiser Dogato will be at our disposal. We can immediately join the main fleet. Okay, the captain nodded, but I think you should stay on Babylon 5. What? But why? Ivanova, me, Marcus, the senior officers, and the representative of the Rangers are flying away. Mr. Garibaldi has enough of his own responsibilities. And Stephen, we can't dump this on the doctor. Someone needs to...
John. John!
Delenn placed her hand on the captain's chest, shaking her head with a calm smile on her face.
I've already made up my mind, and you know it. I have to be there with you in the fleet. This is our common war, and how will I look if I spent so much effort convincing the League to help? And then at the last second, I sit back in the rear, as you humans say.
But
Don't worry.
the Minbari's smile turned sly, and a second hand was added to the one on the captain's chest.
When this is over, we'll spend the night together.
At that moment, Sheridan seemed to understand for the first time what an old Earth computer might feel when it caught the blue screen of death, as programmers in the 20th century liked to say. A night together?
But they... Yes, he had told Delenn about his feelings. Well, as much as that was even possible considering their completely different cultures. He felt incredibly stupid during that conversation, especially considering that it was, as always, completely impossible to determine what the woman was thinking from her face, but... A night together. What do you mean? So quickly? But not in that sense, Captain, Delenn almost laughed, clearly reading all his mental turmoil from his expression, making the captain feel even more awkward. There is a tradition on Minbar, if two people become close like you and I, they spend 3 nights together, one after another. The man sleeps and the woman watches, looks, but at what? During the day, each of us unconsciously puts on a mask, a habitual character, a social position in society, a position held, the Minbari woman readily explained. But during sleep, a man relaxes, his true face appears.
If a woman likes it, she will watch her chosen one sleep for 2 more nights, to make sure. And what if she doesn't like what she sees?
Then they break up.
What if...
And if the man insists that she stay, Delenn's smile became even wider. The woman can leave when he falls asleep, file a complaint with the elders, cut off his...
The Minbari woman, obviously on purpose, paused meaningfully, enjoying the indescribable expression on Sheridan's face.
The road to reconciliation, as we say.
Huh. The captain suddenly felt that the collar of his jacket had become very tight. And somewhere inside, a fragment of Ambassador Kosh was literally rolling with laughter, as far as it was possible for an immaterial particle of the mind of a representative of an ancient, highly developed civilization. At least, the captain clearly felt the wave of infectious joy and malice that came from the depths of his self.
I don't even know if it's worth asking what's going on. If she liked what she saw. And about that, Captain. Delenn ran her fingertip across his lips, with a hint of playfulness. We'll talk about that later. Don't rush things. They'll happen anyway. I'll be waiting for you aboard the Dogado. Delenn smiled sweetly, turned around and walked out of the cabin with a light gait, leaving the captain in a state of strange mixture of euphoria and bewilderment. He had not experienced anything like this for a long time, since his first meetings with his dead wife. Surprisingly, but now, for the first time in several years, as soon as he remembered Anna, he did not feel the usual emptiness and pain inside, only a slight melancholy. An almost blissful smile floated onto the man's face. Ivanova, quickly to the bridge. Marcus's voice, coming from the loudspeaker system, pulled the woman out of her slumber, almost causing her to growl in irritation. It seemed as if she had just settled into one of the bunks in the Calvados's lounge, only a second ago slipping into the kingdom of Morpheus, when what they had all been waiting for happened. The enemy's appearance. Muttering irritably under her breath every human and alien curse she knew, Susan ran to the frigate's bridge, involuntarily catching herself thinking that if this had been a Minbari ship, she would have had to sleep on those strange slanted beds, so as not to tempt death, as Delenn's people said. Perhaps it wasn't so bad, huh? They showed up? Catching her breath after jogging, the commander stopped near the captain's chair, now occupied by the ranger. Not exactly, but 2 minutes ago we detected a surge of energy and the appearance of a ship on the other side of the system. The man pointed at one of the displays.
The material of the object is the same as the shadow ships, but it is tiny, smaller than the Star Fury. A scout?
Ivanova frowned, reading the scanner readings. I think so, Commander, said Prendick, now in the first pilot's seat, stroking the frigate's manual controls with obvious pleasure. We're not the only ones who know how to be cunning. It would be too easy if it were otherwise, right? Marcus chuckled. He was clearly sent to check the system before the main forces arrived, to make sure the refugees were still here, that there were no outsiders. The shadow ship's mark had already made its third circle around the star system, gradually approaching the Calvados, now hidden in the shadow of one of the satellites of the nearest planet. They were not transmitting. The material of the hull should have made it difficult for scanners to detect them actively, at least in theory, and the shadow of the planetoid hid them from direct optical observation. Apparently, he hasn't noticed us yet. Bye, Marcus sighed. I don't like your tone.
We discovered the scout just as we were about to adjust our orbit, to stay in the shadow of the moon.
If we turn on the engines, they will see us from the opposite end of the system. Yes, but unfortunately. Before Marcus could finish speaking, one of the terminals beeped, and Susan saw the schematic representation of the ship's position and the shadow of the satellite shift. Calvados emerged from under its protection, its black hull gleaming dimly in the light of the local star. It was still dark and small, making it difficult to spot, but not in the case of the Shadow Scout. Oh shit, Ivanova muttered. Jam! Full speed ahead! We must intercept it and prevent it from sending a signal to our own. Eat. Eat. A simultaneous sound came from the communications engineer, who was running his fingers over the keyboard, and Lieutenant Prendick, who touched one of the switches on the pilot's console. The floor of the ship beneath the woman's feet shook slightly, and the image on the view screen shifted, marking the beginning of the ship's movement. At the same time, two ruby beams struck from the frigate's bow, piercing the small black ship ahead. And, immediately, the hull of the Calvados trembled, and a small swarm of shining dots appeared in Susan's field of vision. Marcus did not waste time on trifles, sending missiles in pursuit of the salvo of the main caliber. The scout ship veered sharply to the side, moving out of the line of fire at the last second, and then, turning 180 degrees, fired itself. Unlike the Shadow Cruiser, it was not equipped with a beam weapon, only a pulse one, but this was enough to shoot down most of the missiles that were catching up with it. Only 2 exploded, but Ivanova, even without looking at the scanner readings, knew that this did not cause significant damage. Don't stop pursuing him. You can't let him out of the interference zone, and if... A tense expression appeared on the Ranger's face, and the next second the thought came to Ivanova's mind that their enemy could communicate with each other not only through ordinary transmitters. Damn it! Shoot him down already! I should have taken a telepath. The woman's head was pounding with a thought that would have seemed wild and absurd before. But she had read Sheridan's notes about the White Star's clash with the Shadow Cruisers. She remembered that Lita Alexander was on board, stating the possibility of a telepathic cry for help. But no. Why think ahead? It's so uninteresting. Having cursed herself with the last words, Ivanova clutched the back of the captain's chair with whitened fingers, tensely watching the display for the Calvados's movement, which was about to fire a new salvo. Target acquired, Marcus reported. Fire! A new pair of beams struck the Shadow Scout from the Calvados. This time the enemy didn't have time to dodge. One of the beams hit the upper part of the ship, knocking off some of the growths and spinning it around its axis. With a familiar mental scream that made the people on the bridge wince, the Shadow Scout corrected its flight and abruptly rushed straight at the Calvados. He's going to ram! I see! Prendick exhaled irritably from the pilot's seat. The pilot of the Calvados spun the ship into a spiral, masterfully missing the Shadow Scout that was heading for a ram by a few meters. Almost. The frigate had almost passed the black ship when it, apparently realizing that the plan had failed, simply exploded. The Calvados shook, and almost a dozen warning signals lit up on the displays in the wheelhouse.
and one of them worried Ivanova much more than the others. A surge of energy, 5,000 kilometers. Marcus confirmed her findings. It's them.
So many ships, Ivanova moaned, watching the appearance of more and more marks on the screen, and then just black silhouettes blocking the light of distant stars.
A lot? That's a shitload of ships! Marcus even got up from his chair. Can we leave? The explosion damaged one of the engines. He shook his head. And the accompanying malfunctions. In short, we will open the transition zone, but we may not be able to dive into it quickly. We need to send a signal to the fleet. They'll spot him. And then we definitely won't have time to escape. The ranger said, continuing to stare fascinatedly out the observation window. Who wants to live forever? Ivanova twitched her cheek, turning to the communications engineer. Send a signal. Yes, ma'am. The signal to the fleet has been sent. Lieutenant, try to take us behind the satellite, to at least gain time. I will. Prendick nodded.
Ivanova simply ignored the indignant, "I wouldn't refuse eternal life" that came from Marcus, although the Ranger's desire to defuse the tense situation, at least in such a stupid and primitive way, still caused a barely noticeable smile. However, the smile immediately faded. The shadow ships continued and continued to appear from hyperspace. An unusual feeling. Rarao, who had just emerged from the capsule, twitched his ear, freezing halfway through his step, clearly listening to his feelings. Now you should be able to hear the thoughts of Behemoth as the only intelligent organic in the passive scanning zone. I nod, stroking the said Behemoth who is lounging in my arms, between the ears. Yes, the felinid wrinkled his nose. I can feel his mind. I see it as a small light, and a larger cluster of the same lights there. Dorn waved his clawed hand to the side, where Babylon 5 was located. Excellent, I smile. So the power of your telepathic gift corresponds to the planned value. I have implanted in your mind the knowledge of how to control it. Before you can return to the station, it is worth mastering this knowledge, translating it into skills. Reasonable. Lift this cube. I point to a small steel cube lying on the floor next to the capsule. Creator? The felinid looked at me, puzzled. With the power of thought, not with your hands. Make him rise into the air. Rodorn turned towards the cube, starting to examine it. Through the implant for communication with the replicator network, it was easy to read that the commander of the guards was digging intently into his memory, discovering there those very instructions that were essentially the results of Alice's brain scan processed by the replicators and adapted into a more informative form, having done the same thing during her training, except with objects of lesser weight. For the felinids? Rao let out a short, satisfied growl, and under his watchful gaze, the steel cube rose smoothly into the air, hovering between us. Felinid showed no sign of fatigue or tension. According to his thoughts, he could hold such a small object in suspension for any amount of time. In fact, that was exactly what was being calculated. The complexity and size of the guards' brains differed from those of humans, and therefore, by introducing the same changes into it that Ironheart and Alice had received, I could twist the parameters of the result to a higher value. More, the felinid said contentedly. Well, I'll do it again. I chuckled and gave the command to the blocks that made up the floor of the room to form another row of exactly the same cubes, arranged in order of increasing size and mass. Rao Dorn demonstratively cracked his neck and stared at the objects in front of him. A second later, another cube rose into the air, hovering next to the first. A third, a fourth, a fifth. He ran out of steam on the 18th. The cube weighing almost 50 kilograms jerked, rising a couple of centimeters, but then fell back with a loud ringing sound.
Felinid growled irritably through clenched fangs, and the 18th cube nevertheless began to rise upward, slowly but stubbornly. Finally, it too hovered in front of Rao's chest, and the next moment, with a discordant and somewhat melodic ringing, they all fell back to the floor. Not a bad result, I nod encouragingly, studying the data coming from the replicator network. I think that after a little training, you'll be able to lift objects of greater mass. With the amount of... A signal flashed in the station's computer system, and I fell silent thoughtfully. The shadows had finally decided on the same bait as in the original story.
Literally just now, having gotten off one of the ships that had arrived at Babylon 5, a completely unremarkable Earth transporter, by the way, according to the documents registered to a small agricultural colony, Anna Sheridan, the captain's dead wife, had passed through customs. Or rather, what was left of Anna, who had been acting as a pilot of one of the shadow ships for many years, having lost most of her mind and consciousness, and having turned into a simple tool, an appendage of the machine. Creator? Riao tilted his head to his shoulder, puzzled by my silence. Train, rest, learn new powers. I calmed the felinid with a gesture of my hand, thoughtfully turning my head towards one of the observation windows. You'll return to your duties when you're done. Yes, Creator. The guard bowed his head. A thin beam of light from the Asgardian teleporter struck from the ceiling, carrying me back to the station, and a moment later, still holding Behemoth's head in my hands, who had turned his head in my direction with interest, I was leaving the embassy cabin, tracking the movements of the guest through surveillance cameras, while simultaneously conducting a full scan of her with the help of the younger ones, who had long been dispersed throughout the volume of the station's structures. This, of course, was not equivalent to a full-fledged study, but there was no particular sense in it. I saw the already familiar picture of the shadow ship pilot. It was an ordinary human body, which had easily recognizable traces from the removed implants that served to communicate between the ship and the machine. The woman, having passed through the station's customs, with a relaxed but quite confident gait, was heading somewhere in the direction of the Zocalo, creating the appearance of an ordinary visitor to Babylon, of which even now, after the station had broken off contacts with its government, there were quite a few. Sheridan had fallen out with the state apparatus, and not with the civilian population, I suppose. Mrs. Sheridan, I presume. I come out from around one of the turns of the corridor, standing in Anna's path, looking at her with a thoughtful gaze. Lord Baal? The woman nodded, without twitching an eyebrow. I assumed we would meet here. I wonder, did your owners ask me to pass something on? I look at her with a slight squint, simultaneously tracking random passers-by with my cameras, who, fortunately, were not here right now. They were quite impressed by your demonstration in orbit around the planet. Although this is not part of the purpose of my arrival here, I think it would not be superfluous to convey that they do not intend to show aggression towards you, and only ask that you limit interference in their affairs as a reciprocal courtesy. They need Sheridan, I said, affirmatively. As are the Vorlons. My ex-husband is an important figure in all this. It would be very unwise to pass up the opportunity to gain such an ally, or to convert him. I won't pretend that I'm surprised. I nod in agreement in response to such frankness. It seems that the shadows were indeed quite impressed by my subtle hint transmitted through Morden and the Hatak fleet in orbit of Zahadum. At least this, as well as the unsuccessful attack on my planet, made them become more polite and considerate in their communication with me. To fear is to respect. However, this information will have little effect on the further fate of the Anna. Hippopotamus. Moo! Easy! The next moment, the Gyrinx in my arms made a purring sound, attracting Anna's attention to its person, and then, as soon as the woman met its gaze, the shadow messenger simply froze, securely bound by the will of the two-tailed telepath.
Having cast a thoughtful glance at the still empty corridor, I give the command to the replicators, and the woman's body disappears in a beam of teleportation, carried aboard the will of the Emperor. When the captain returns to the station, we will have something to discuss. It's not that I don't trust his sanity, or that I particularly care how everything that happens in the galaxy ends, but it will be better this way. Yes. Chapter 87, Family. Shadow dancing. Should be an epigraph here, but I was too lazy again. Author. Rao Dorn progressed in mastering his new abilities at a noticeably higher rate than Alice demonstrated.
Not that it was completely unbelievable. After all, unlike the girl, the felinid was initially designed as an ideal living organism. As far as it was possible, in principle, and met the requirements for his species. In addition, unlike the human telepath, Dorn's ascension mechanism was configured somewhat differently. If for Alice it was a weapon of last chance, then the cat could quite easily accelerate his organism on his own, going into the same state that Ironheart demonstrated. He simply did not want to do this. He did not see the point. Or rather, he did not want to break away from his relatives, realizing that not all of them would have the same abilities. But he pumped up the power of his telepathy and telekinesis on his own. Now Raro demonstrated capabilities more similar to those of the notorious Jedi from a completely different story. Well, to what extent this similarity was possible, given the different nature of the abilities.
In any case, the replicator network received very useful data, and I was once again convinced that I had not miscalculated with the choice of the future leader and candidate for an upgrade. While keeping a sneak peek at the felinid's progress, I studied my new guest at the same time. However, I would not have been able to find anything unexpected or fundamentally new here. The body of Anna Sheridan was the real body of Anna Sheridan, which had, of course, undergone a number of changes due to prolonged contact with the shadow ship. But these changes were quite successfully reversed by the shadows themselves, who clearly understood how their technologies worked and how they interacted with representatives of other species. The only interesting thing was what they did with the mind of the captain's wife. Since she had been in the role of the pilot, or rather, the central processor of the ship, for more than 1 year, the woman's original consciousness was monstrously distorted, if not completely destroyed by the streams of tactical information and orders flowing through her brain. And therefore, although the structural consciousness of Anna was similar to a human one, Behemoth clearly saw that it had been completely rewritten, created from scratch using only that part of the information that was the woman's memories, and had suffered to a much lesser extent than the personality. A curious result, very similar to how I myself created personality matrices for Nek and felinids, only tied to a much greater extent to organic technologies and telepathy. Well, that was also useful information, since I myself used telepathic methods, albeit through intermediaries like Jirinx. Now it remained to decide what exactly to do with Anna. Sheridan was not on the station now. He, Delenn, Ivanova, Marcus, and the League fleet had not yet returned from a combat mission, but the appearance of his unexpectedly resurrected wife would certainly not go unnoticed. In the Babylon system, she passed under her own name, which meant that it was only a matter of time before the same Garibaldi would notice a name that should not exist and report to the captain. Upon his return, of course. Should I send the woman back to the station and pretend that nothing happened? She was currently in one of the stasis capsules, not perceiving the surrounding space in any way, and Behemoth, even after all the changes made to her by the shadows, would easily erase the end of our conversation in the corridor, replacing it with something neutral. Or he would simply erase it, making it so that Anna thought that she was simply walking around Babylon, never meeting Lord Baal.
In this case, everything would most likely go, by and large, the same as it was in the original story, with the only amendment that the woman arrived at the station a little earlier, not finding her husband. On the other hand, you can leave it where it is now. Sheridan will find out about the fact of her arrival anyway. There is simply no point in changing the data in the system, but the meeting itself can be organized in a more correct way. The captain has already promised to inform when he flies to Zadum, and it was the arrival of Anna that served as the final impetus to do this. But this way it will be possible to talk to him additionally, making sure that the man will not do anything stupid. He would not just fly to visit the shadows with a gift, in the form of a pair of thermonuclear warheads in the hold of the White Star, but immediately drop them from orbit. And I also wanted to talk to Lauren.
Of course, he can't be killed like that. But John's actions would spoil his mood significantly, I suppose. Although, in the original story, he treated this very calmly. Dilemma. If you want something done right, do it yourself, Corone relayed thoughtfully. A surprisingly wise statement for the level of development demonstrated by humanity. Although I still don't understand why you should wait for Sheridan's flight to Zahadum. You've known about Lorian's location for a long time, and this, whatever it really is, has already demonstrated a lack of aggression upon contact. An educational moment, I relay back. Plus, I'm just curious to see how their conversation will proceed in the current reality. After all, the captain has changed during my time here. Again, your belief in the memory of the future, the neck aside. I thought you had already discarded this irrational nonsense, yes. Yes, I remember.
Sister. Yuki joined the conversation with a hint of uncertainty. Lord Baal has demonstrated more than once that his knowledge, no matter how absurd it may seem from the point of view of classical concepts of time and the laws of physics, can sometimes still be surprisingly accurate. Even you won't deny it. Coincidences, snorted Corone. Or is it really a form of foresight? The future is a ramified field of probable outcomes of events. Nothing is predetermined. It is impossible to know what will happen next with 100% certainty. It seems that today Nika was noticeably more sarcastic and harmful than all the previous days. If I didn't know that she was a completely inorganic, intelligent android, I would say that these are signs of PMS.
In any case, Corone has come an incredible way in her development, becoming, in fact, from a complex and branched program code, an independent person, the same notorious AI that science fiction writers of humanity have dreamed of for many centuries. And given the emotional background, consisting of a stubborn rejection of the possibility of one's own wrongness and a slight feeling of guilt, along with uncertainty, this development went in a very correct direction, causing a satisfied smile on my face. And I never said that I know everything with 100% certainty, only with something close to it. The sisters could only shrug their shoulders at this, although Corone still felt a mixture of displeasure and guilt at the same time. Well, for now, since Rurao Dorn has shown excellent results in adapting to the changes in his body, we can think about a number of other volunteers. At the very least, it is worth taking a couple of females for the possibility of further fixing this feature in the felinid genome. The changes, unlike Alice, were already embedded in the dominant form. But extra percentages of probability will never be extra. All for the sake of the greater fur tyranny of the divine cats, yes.
Interlude. Although they had defeated the shadows, the price of that victory was so great that Sheridan wasn't even sure he should call it that when the first of the shadow ships fled, melting into space, going into degenerate space. Joy had stirred in him, but as soon as he turned his head, glancing at the tactical hologram in the Minbari cruiser's command room, that joy was replaced by an oppressive feeling of an entirely different kind. Losses. There had been many losses. All around the Dogado, shipwreckage and the mangled bodies of their crews drifted, pulled out into space by decompression. But the worst thing was the look in Delen's eyes, the look of a woman he cared about, seeing and feeling the same thing now. The last time he had seen such sadness in her eyes was during the plague that had destroyed the entire Markab civilization. And so they stood, embracing, while debris and the dead drifted around them. It took 3 hours to gather the few survivors, including those from the heavily damaged ships that miraculously retained some of their atmosphere. After that, the remnants of the fleet finally set off on their way back to the station. The refugees who had considered this system safe followed suit. It was now completely obvious that there might not be a safe place in the known part of the galaxy at all, and Babylon 5 at least had more opportunities for a coordinated defense and to provide everyone with essentials.
We won,
the Minbari woman exhaled.
We won, but at what cost?
We had to do this, John. We had to. And better now than later when—
I understand, Delen, Sheridan sighed. Now was the best time. The shadows weren't ready for us to show up there. We won't be so lucky again. So next time, we'll come up with something new. John, you don't understand what you've really done. You didn't just show that the shadows can be defeated without being Vorlons. You made them flee the battlefield. And all the younger races saw it. Well then, the captain smiled sadly, squeezing the woman's shoulders a little tighter with his palms. Then we can only hope that we can handle it next time. Returning to Babylon 5 was hard, and even harder was accommodating the many wounded rescued from the stricken League ships. Dr. Franklin, as soon as they returned, became very active, asking the man for the opportunity to occupy all the free spaces on the station suitable for accommodating patients, including the Golden Babylon, the level gifted by Baal. Although occupied by defrosted telepaths, some of them also took part in the battle, and therefore, those of them who were not ready to fight were now actively helping the medical service with the wounded. Having sent Delen to rest, John himself stayed with Ivanova and Marcus to receive the injured. Despite his moral exhaustion, the captain could not afford to idle, not now. However, his deputy and the ranger clearly thought the same, giving themselves only 5 minutes to wash up, then returning to him. Garibaldi joined them there, looking much gloomier than usual and clearly wanting to tell him something personally. "How did it go?" was the first thing he asked when he saw the captain. "You can't see it yourself," the man sighed. "But we at least made them run away, so everything went fine. Not great, but definitely fine. We repelled the attack, although the losses—" Sheridan gestured around the room. "For every ship they took, we lost 2 of ours," Marcus added grimly. "And that's despite the fact that we had the advantage of surprise. We knew where they would attack, and they weren't expecting us. We won't be so lucky again. But for the first time, we were able to force all the worlds of the League to act together. That's worth a lot. The main thing is that they don't run away now, seeing the price of their help." Sheridan looked at Susan, sighing heavily. "And here's another question." Michael grew even more gloomy. "After such a slap in the face from you, when will they knock on our door?" "You know how to say something encouraging," the captain chuckled.
You can't even imagine how encouraging you will be from what I'm going to say next. Did something happen while we were gone? Sheridan asked. I think it would be better to show it. In your office. He looked at the Commander Garibaldi with a hint.
The guys here will handle it. I saw 3 of Baal's guards heading here with large cases. Judging by the conversations, there are some medicines from our alien friend with a great sense of humor. If it is the same miracle cure that one of them used to patch up Marcus, then many more wounded will survive. Go ahead, Captain. Ivanova nodded. We'll keep an eye on everything here. The captain nodded and motioned for Garibaldi to go ahead, sensing from the security guard's appearance and gait that the topic of conversation might be no more stressful than everything they had been through in the last 24 hours. What could have happened at the station in his absence to make the head of security look? The closest Michael could describe his emotions was deep thoughtfulness mixed with bewilderment and confusion. A very strange combination. Don't keep us in suspense, Michael. The captain sighed wearily, literally falling into his chair as soon as they reached the office. Here's the thing, the man hesitated. Yesterday evening on one of the transport ships that arrived at the station. Michael, John's cheek twitched irritably. Tell me straight out what happened. What kind of game is this to build up tension? Well, the thing is that I still can't decide how to relate to this at all, and as a result, how to formulate what I'm going to say. Tell me straight. I'm so tired now that, he waved his hand. A woman has arrived among the passengers on Babylon 5, who, according to all documents in the system, is listed as Anna Sheridan, Garibaldi said in one breath.
Who?
The captain forgot how to breathe for a second in surprise, his eyes bulging at the security guard. Anna Sheridan? How the hell was that even possible? His wife? Who died 5 years ago during the expedition's accidental landing on Zahadum? Alive and on Babylon 5? The man felt a wave of very unpleasant goosebumps run down his spine. This was definitely not how he had imagined a family reunion. It's definitely her, the man squeezed out. The documents are in her name. Michael nodded. I double-checked everything myself. Her appearance matches the archive data. She was very successfully captured by the camera lens a couple of times. There was something to compare with. Considering that officially your wife was listed as missing, as was the entire crew, including Mr. Morden. Yeah. Anyway, the computer let her through without any problems, and if my gaze hadn't caught a familiar name on the list of those who had arrived. Garibaldi spread his hands. Where is she now? And here's where things get weird, the security guard sighed. She was last seen on the Zocalo level. It seems she was about to go into one of the establishments, but she disappeared. What do you mean? Disappeared. Now the goosebumps on John's back became much larger and more unpleasant. She turned the corner, literally for 40 seconds disappearing from the field of view of one camera, but never appeared in the field of view of the second. I checked. There was a straight section of the corridor without rooms, service hatches, or turns. Did she evaporate? Or did she leak through the ceiling? I don't know. Michael spread his arms again, looking meaningfully at the captain. But Lord Baal entered that same corridor from the other end, and he left, heading for the Zocalo, but, characteristically, in proud solitude, smiling and contented, as always. Sheridan cursed silently but very floridly, leaning back in his chair. I thought about the same thing, Captain. What are we going to do? You're okay. The captain sighed after a short silence. I'll talk to Lord Baal myself. Until now, he's never been seen, kidnapping people in broad daylight. Or maybe he just never got caught, Garibaldi muttered under his breath. What? Got it, I say. Then I'll make sure that a couple of security guys are sent to Ivanova. A few extra hands wouldn't hurt. Thank you. You're welcome, Captain. Michael nodded. Before the conversation, at least drink some coffee and wash your face. The security guard waved his hand and left the office, leaving John alone. The man twitched his cheek, casting a quick glance at his own reflection in the terminal screen. Indeed, he needed to wash up, and the idea of coffee was very appropriate. It would have been better, of course, to take a nap for at least a couple of hours, but he couldn't afford such luxury now. So, coffee. Lots of coffee. Sheridan's face, standing in front of the door to my cabin, was very, very eloquent. The captain was clearly trying to decide what he wanted more, to curse me with something obscene and florid from the very threshold, or just politely say hello and ask what exactly all this meant.
And even with the capabilities of the replicators, it was difficult to say for sure which of the options was more likely. The commander of the Babylon 5 was too tired and on edge. "Please, Captain, come in." I give the command to open the door with a polite smile, exactly 1 second before the man himself reaches out to the panel to announce his presence. Why am I not surprised? Sheridan sighed heavily and took a step forward. Lord Baal, I apologize for the unexpected visit. It seemed the second option had won out. But the conversation cannot wait. I assume Mr. Garibaldi has already informed you about the guest who has arrived at the station. I motion for John to sit in the chair, and I go to the kitchen corner to make some tea. Tea is never a bad thing, especially when you are so tired and you have a serious and important conversation coming up that you have never prepared for. Yes, a cup of good green tea with mint would definitely be appropriate here. What have you done to my wife? Sheridan asked, bluntly, lowering himself into the offered chair and staring at me.
First of all, Captain Sheridan,
I returned to the guest, handing him a cup of tea.
you should understand that the woman who arrived at the station is no longer your wife. At least, if you are interested in something more than her physical body.
I don't understand. John frowned.
I
hand the captain the information crystal, onto which I had previously uploaded the results of the scan of the body of Anna Sheridan.
The results of a full scan of this woman. You can give them to Dr. Franklin for rechecking, but I will say this myself. Physically, right down to the DNA level, this is indeed Anna Sheridan, your wife. At least, the data from the sources available to me say exactly this. But
I throw up my hands. But
her mind was destroyed.
I suppose she spent these 5 years as the central processor of one of the ships of our secretive, dark friends. Such things do not pass without a trace. The shadows, of course, restored something, probably leaving some of the memory, but the personality. I shake my head. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your wife's personality is no longer there. This is a completely new person. To what extent can she be called a person? A tense silence hung in the cabin. The captain held a cup of tea in one hand and twirled an information crystal with the fingers of the other. The man's eyes showed some kind of melancholy and attempts to rethink his life. It was understandable. It's not every day you find out that your beloved woman, whom you considered dead for 5 years, turns out to not be so dead all this time, but very much alive, albeit distorted by the connection to an alien living ship, and the appearance in his life of Ambassador Delenn, for whom John had completely unambiguous and understandable feelings, did not simplify the situation at all. Is this really not Anna anymore? No, Captain. I shake my head with a sympathetic expression on my face. The shadows restored her body, removing the implants to connect to the ship, but her mind. The human brain is too fragile a mechanism to survive 5 years of being part of a ship. But
You cured the frozen telepaths, and your cat. Jerinks brought their consciousness back to order. That's different, Captain. I shake my head again. The telepaths you saved were only initially prepared to connect to the ships. They never experienced what your wife experienced over the course of 5 years. Behemoth is a capable telepath, but even he can't fix something when... I throw up my hands. There's nothing to fix. The only thing he could do is act like the shadows, rewrite the consciousness from scratch.
But it won't be Anna Sheridan, even if she responds to that name. "Where is she now?" he said after a short silence. "In the stasis chamber, aboard the Emperor's will." I follow the changes in my interlocutor's emotions with interest, tilting my head slightly to the side. "I thought it appropriate to remove her from the station, to avoid possible provocations by the enemy in your absence. Besides, Captain, if it really were your wife, I could help with her treatment." Can you bring her back? Here? At any moment." I nod. "Do you want to see everything for yourself?" "At the very least, show the results of your scan to Franklin. And yes, I would like to talk to her." "In that case, just tell me." I shrugged and walked back to the kitchen corner of the cabin, picking up a second cup of tea. If it wouldn't be too much impudence on my part. This time the captain was silent for almost a minute, carefully sipping his still-hot tea. "Could you move her to my office right now?"
Well, he corrected himself, when I get there myself.
"I can move you too." I look at the captain with a sly smile.
Yes, perhaps that would be best.
"In that case, as soon as you finish your tea, believe me, when the cup is finished, you will definitely feel better." The situation was truly strange. It wasn't that I felt any remorse for the decision to kidnap the captain's wife, but the very fact of her presence on the station still made an indelible impression on Sheridan. So indelible that he obviously didn't know how to react to my words and actions. However, I didn't rush him, and in fact gave him the opportunity to finish his tea in peace. Of course, it wasn't the famous cookie of fate, but the captain wasn't the chosen one, so it was just right. "I'm ready." Putting the cup on the table, the man squeezed the crystal with the scanning results in his fist and nodded seriously. "In that case, I can wish you good luck." Interlude. "What the f... Hello, John." That was the first thing Sheridan heard, blinking from the blinding white light that filled the entire space around him, as soon as Baal finished his... wish. Blinking once again and making sure that the world around him had regained its materiality, the captain slowly turned his head to the side, to where he had heard those words. Anna. His wife. That which had once been his wife? But his eyes told him something completely different. In the familiar office, with an expression of some irritation, however quickly passing, on her face, stood a woman he knew very well. "Anna? Oh my God," he forced out. "It's really you. But what are you doing here? How? What am I doing here?" The woman blinked, frowning. "So, Lord Baal didn't tell you that he brazenly kidnapped me? I don't even know what he did. But the last thing I remember was talking to him in that hallway. And then I ended up here, with you." "And you say, what am I doing here?" I thought you were dead, along with the entire crew of the Icarus." "Died?" Sadness was reflected on the woman's face. "Forgive me, John, for leaving you for so long. Forgive me for not being able to send a message all these years, but we can be together again. All the troubles are behind us, John." Anna stepped forward, clearly intending to embrace the man, but to his own surprise,
Without even realizing what he had done, the captain stepped back, continuing to frown doubtfully at his suddenly resurrected wife. Or was it his wife? Lord Baal's words would not leave his head, and to his horror, they found more and more confirmation of their correctness. Yes, the woman standing before him looked, spoke, moved, and even smelled exactly as he remembered Anna Sheridan. But some tiny details in her facial expressions, choice of words, tone of voice,
Something small and unnoticeable, insignificant individually, but significant in the aggregate, haunted him.
I know what you're thinking, John. They, all of them,
Anna sighed sadly.
told you that I died. And now you see me here, in front of you, and you probably think that I'm some kind of monster. A monster sent by your... who? Enemies? How can you be sure that it's really me? Okay. I'm ready for any checks. Ask me any questions. Let your people, doctors, let them check me. Enlighten me from head to toe. I'm ready to do anything to make sure that I am me. I can see in your eyes, John, how much you still don't understand, don't know. And I've come to help you correct this injustice. Don't you want to know what's really going on, John? I can show you.
Show? The captain frowned. Show me, yes, I was there. On Zadum. You thought I was dead, but here I am, alive. And I assure you, there is much more that you have been lied to about all this time. Zadum. If, before this phrase, the captain could still feel some crumbs of doubt, guess, hope, for something, then now, everything fell into place. Not completely, no. He would still send his wife to Stephen, just to confirm or refute Lord Baal's results. But already to a sufficient extent to stop seeing that very Anna Sheridan in the woman in front of him. And this gave relief to some extent. Although from the upcoming conversation with Delenn, and this conversation cannot be avoided. The Minbari was surprisingly good at picking out the true state of affairs from the crumbs of information around her. And she probably already knows about the arrival of such an important guest to the station, or will find out in the very near future. His soul was somehow dreary. I need to think.
Of course, John. I understand that everything is too sudden.
That's putting it mildly, he grumbled. But first, to Dr. Franklin. I understand. Anna, demonstratively, hung her head. But as I said myself, I'm ready for any checks.
Commander Ivanova!
Jakar? The woman turned to the Narn in surprise. Did something happen?
You tell me. I tried to contact Captain Sheridan, but he doesn't answer calls. And I, just as we agreed,
The Narn lowered his voice, demonstratively looking around.
brought a few gifts.
The captain had some urgent business. Susan nodded understandingly. As soon as he returned from the flight, he went off somewhere with a very tense Garibaldi. In any case, if I understood correctly what kind of gifts you are talking about, I can very well accept them myself.
As you say, Commander.
The Narn smiled.
In that case, let's go. They are in the hold of the ship that just landed in Dock 42.
Although I suppose they have already begun to unload them. Commander Ivanova sighed, handed one of Garibaldi's men a tablet with a list of the wounded, and motioned for Marcus, who looked at her with a puzzled expression, to continue on his own, and motioned for Jakar to go ahead. The gifts the ambassador had spoken of were mines kindly provided by the Narns in Gaim, or warheads. Their use could be varied. The only subtle moment in this whole story was the fact that these warheads were thermonuclear, that is, in essence, Babylon was now doing exactly the same thing for which it had criticized Londo Mollari and the Centauri Republic, using a diplomatic station to store and transport weapons of mass destruction. The only thing that could somehow soften the situation was that this weapon would only be on the station's territory for 2 days, and would then be transferred to the Minbari cruisers as the most secure storage location.
Ivanova could only hope that no one would find out about such a blatant fact during this time. Here they are, Commander. Jakar nodded to the 2 Narn guards and walked through the opening doors, moving toward the neat rows of oblong objects that lined the deck in front of the lowered ramp of the Gaiman transport ship. As I promised, the Gaiman ambassador handed over half. The rest are ours. Were there any problems with transportation? We were very careful. The Narn nodded understandingly. Luckily, the ambassador was kind enough to provide his ship. Otherwise, I'm afraid, we would have been guaranteed excessive public attention. After all, after that scandal with Ambassador Mollari, the ships of both our countries are treated with great suspicion. Not surprising, Ivanova sighed. What is their rated power? Ours have 500 megatons. The warheads of the Gaims are a little lower, 400 as far as I remember. 500. 400. Ivanova felt her hair stand on end considering the number of warheads unloaded and still being unloaded. It would only take one unfortunate set of circumstances for the Babylon to be reduced to nothing more than a cloud of radioactive dust. However, they didn't have much of a choice anyway. Sheridan had agreed to Ambassador Shialah's proposal, conveyed through Jakar, soberly realizing that without such dishonest methods, they simply wouldn't be able to fight the shadows for any length of time. And the losses in the last and first battle were a rather eloquent confirmation of this. What about protection from detection? As I told the captain, only if you know what you're looking for. They're too small and the radiation background is too weak to distinguish it from natural radiation, especially in space conditions. Actually, Jakar chuckled. That's exactly why no one likes them. In the wrong hands. That is, if you find out in advance where the opponents will be. Shadows. Shadows, Ivanova nodded. If we find out where they will be and mine the area. How succinctly you humans express yourself, the Narn smiled. Boom. Boom, Susan repeated after her interlocutor with a sigh, involuntarily recalling an ancient film. Bada boom, big bada boom. Commander, Jakar raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Never mind, Ambassador. Thank you very much for arranging the delivery. Captain Sheridan will be very pleased that they have already arrived, even earlier than we hoped. Glad to hear it, Commander Ivanova. In that case, they are at your disposal. After bowing, Jakar turned and headed out of the dock, leaving Susan alone, in the company of nearly 200 warheads. Hot neighbors. Well, Sheridan left me quite motivated. Even without the help of Behemoth, who was at that time busy begging for something tasty from the poor, unfortunate workers of the park's food service. It was obvious that my words made the man think hard. And that meant that he would not do stupid things that he would be capable of, like any living person in such a situation. Well, as an additional result, the replicator network considered that the probability of his flight to Zahadum, and, as a result, warning me about this fact, as I asked, increased from 79.316% to 89.446%. It is difficult to assess how much of a significant contribution this was on my part, since I could not know the options for the development of events in the chronology of the original story shown in the series, seeing only the final result. But now, I was more than calm. I had high hopes for the visit to Lorien. The first was one of the few beings in this galaxy who knew and could do a monstrous amount compared to all the others, and were able to share this knowledge.
And Sheridan's presence there should have put the old man in a good-natured mood.
After all, he had saved the captain when he had jumped into a bottomless abyss, having received an accelerating kick from a thermonuclear explosion, hadn't he? Continuing to think and consider options, I left the cabin, heading for another duty walk towards the park area of the station. A tradition that I had been following all this time. However, it had its own benefits, allowing me to meet the necessary inhabitants of Babylon on time, while simultaneously providing a certain degree of privacy for these very meetings. In any case,
Ambassador Kosh, did you want something?
Ulkesh's figure, appearing from around the corner of the corridor and blocking my passage, forced me to stop, raising an eyebrow questioningly. The new representative of the Vorlon Empire was a much more unsociable recluse than his predecessor, and therefore, his appearance in the corridors, albeit in the embassy sector, but at a noticeable distance from his own cabin, was somewhat unexpected.
To be more precise, a quick calculation showed that with a probability of 68.885%, the Vorlon did not miss my conversation with the captain. It was almost impossible to say whether Ulkesh knew about the arrival of a new envoy of the shadows in the person of Anna Sheridan at the station. But even so, the probability of exactly this outcome of events was 23.1%, which was different enough from the margin of error to take into account. And if you consider that in the original story, both sides of this sandbox fight eventually threw away all their ideological rules and began to directly break the sandcastles. Ulkesh's active actions, caused by my intervention in the events, were quite probable. You shouldn't fly to Zahadum, the ambassador's vocabulator said briefly, literally radiating displeasure with his entire posture, as far as it was possible for the shape of his spacesuit.
I think, I look at the Vorlon with a smile, that you have somewhat mistaken the address of your request. I believe that Captain Sheridan is now in the medical bay with Dr. Franklin. Sheridan does what he has to do, what we tell him. You don't interfere. You're an outsider. The ambassador's red eye narrowed, further demonstrating its owner's anger, and my body's nanites registered the accumulation of energy around the Vorlon. It seems someone decided to immediately go from kind words to gun. Interesting. It seems, Ambassador, that you are not quite in control of the situation. I look at my interlocutor with a slight squint, taking a small step forward, giving my face a completely serious expression. If I were you, I would weigh all the possible consequences of my further actions, whatever they may be. You are an outsider. You do not understand. You must not interfere with what is happening. Ulkesh stepped forward, clearly continuing to prepare some kind of attack.
You will not interfere.
The Vorlon's eye iris opened wide, and the air around him filled with the sound of multiple crackling discharges. Ulkesh took another step, and the corridor around him was illuminated by a bright white flash. Chapter 88. The Day Before the Day. But if I shoot the balloon, it will get ruined. And if you don't shoot, then I'll go bad. Winnie the Pooh and All by A. Milne. Interlude. Sheridan sat tensely in Dr. Franklin's chair in the medical bay, waiting for the medic to finish examining his wife, as Lord Baal had suggested. The captain had transmitted the scan data on the data crystal to Stephen, together with Anna Sheridan herself, asking him to double-check everything possible while she was being led away by one of the assistants. And now, for almost 2 hours, the doctor had been running between the lab box and his terminal, irritably waving off John's question every time. Finally, as Sheridan saw, the medic nodded to his assistant and, handing Anna over to her care, took off his gloves, heading for the exit of the box. "Well, doctor." The captain stood up from his chair. "What can I say?" The medic sighed wearily. "By all the parameters we can check, she is human. DNA, no foreign inclusions or changes, excluding the usual ones for humans. I checked the medical and dental records that you provided, a 100% match. Simply put," Franklin spread his hands, "all my equipment claims that this is your wife. However, Sheridan became wary. "The data provided to you by Lord Baal." Stephen lowered his voice. "I don't know how, and with what exactly he conducted the examination, confirm part of the results. But only part.
On the crystal there are absolutely wild for me. As a doctor, results of atomic scanning, saying that some parts of the genome were created artificially, almost perfect. But that's the point." He looked at the captain with a hint. "That only, almost. Plus the scars already familiar to us, at the base of the skull. But Anna died on Zahadum. She looks quite alive." Stephen shrugged. "However, I think I agree with Lord Baal. It's far from certain that this is the same Anna you knew. If at all, Anna. Although I can understand your state. On the one hand, joy at the return of your beloved woman. On the other, it's not that simple." The captain shook his head. "After years, I finally came to terms with her death. I forced myself to turn the page, start a new life. And, Dylan, have you already spoken to her?" "Not yet. She doesn't know yet. Fortunately, Lord Baal intercepted Anna in our absence. Otherwise, I'm afraid to even imagine how this could have ended." "My advice to you," the medic raised an eyebrow, "is to go and talk right now. It would be better if she found out from you than from rumors." "Oh, these rumors. Not a space station, but a fair with fortune tellers. Don't even mention it. It's the 23rd century, and wherever you spit, you'll hit a psychic. Anyway, go to Delenn, and I'll do a couple more tests. I'll give you some time to talk, and I'll double-check Lord Baal's data myself." "Thank you, Doctor." Sheridan nodded, glanced at Anna, who was still sitting on the bunk in the bay, and, carefully avoiding eye contact, turned toward the exit of the med bay. The conversation with Delenn was going to be very difficult. Perhaps the most difficult of what he had done in recent months. The captain even caught himself thinking that he would prefer to find himself in the middle of a battle with shadows again, just not to go to the Minbari's cabin. However, his willpower was still enough to do what was necessary and not what he wanted. Walking to the elevator and going inside, the man leaned against the wall of the cabin and, having chosen the right level, took a deep breath. Before the conversation itself, he should probably decide what exactly he wanted from what was happening. Not the easiest task if you think about it. On the one hand, there was his wife, whose death he had mourned all these years, and who, completely unexpectedly, turned out to be alive and well. After so many years of absence, and on the other, there was Delenn, half human, half Minbari, who had become incredibly dear to him lately. Surprisingly, but the first point seemed less and less significant to him with each passing minute that he thought about the situation, especially in light of all the doubts and suspicions about the suddenly resurrected wife, Lord Baal, with all the periodic dubiousness of his behavior, had never lied. At least, Sheridan had never caught him doing so, which meant... The elevator doors opened, and the man, having peeled himself away from the wall of the cabin, walked into one of the corridors of the embassy sector of the station. It was still 3 minutes at a leisurely pace to the wing allocated to the delegation from Minbar, which Delenn occupied. In front of the door to the ambassador's cabin, he froze for a second, feeling quite understandable excitement, but then he shrugged his shoulders in annoyance and touched his fingers to the door panel. "Delenn, it's me.
Can I come in? John? Delenn met his gaze with surprise, which was replaced, however, by concern as soon as she noticed the expression on the man's face. Is something wrong? You could say that. While we were away, Sheridan began slowly. A person arrived at the station, a woman named Anna Sheridan. My wife. My dead wife, Delenn. But this? The Minbari involuntarily took a step back, her eyes wide in shock.
How is this possible, Delenn? How?
I don't know, John,
Delenn said, lost. You don't know? You and Kosh came to my cabin then. You showed me the recordings from Shaddam, where Anna and the entire crew of the Icarus woke the shadows from their long sleep. You gave me every reason to believe. The captain stepped forward impulsively, squeezing Delenn's shoulders with his palms. After all, he had not kept his emotions in check. After all, the topic was simply that she was dead. But then, first Morden, and now Anna? How could you do that without being 100% sure that the crew is dead, that my wife was dead? Everyone who refused to serve the shadows back then was killed. We knew that for sure. Delenn replied with heat in her voice. We were sure that she refused. Perhaps we were mistaken? After all, if Morden agreed then, Anna would never work for them. I don't know what kind of person Morden was, but Anna, not her.
Then I have no explanation. You have no explanation? The captain echoed after Delenn. Damn it, Delenn! Why? I felt all this time that you were hiding something from me. Here and there, in little ways. I thought there was a good reason for it. But like this? Even if there was a tiny chance that she could survive, why did you just keep quiet? Because, John, the Minbari woman slumped her shoulders, somehow tiredly and resignedly. In that case, you would have immediately flown to Zahadum. We couldn't allow... You couldn't allow? You and Kosh? On Zahadum, you would have died. From the very beginning of the conversation, the captain felt the flow of attention from the Vorlon fragment, directed at him and what was happening. And now he heard it.
And you will die if you fly there. No one returns from Zahadum.
Go to hell, Kosh! Sheridan shouted angrily, causing Delenn to recoil in shock. No one returns from Zahadum! Oh, tell that to Morden!
And Anna. And just go to hell, Kosh. It's unreasonable, as before, the Vorlon sighed in his head, falling silent. John? Delenn called out worriedly. What? A piece of the damn Kosh has been sitting in my head ever since. Hell, I don't even know how long. The man threw up his hands, almost falling onto the sofa, ignoring the wave of worried discontent coming from inside his consciousness. Sometimes it comments on what's going on, or, like now, it expresses, motherfucker, discontent. And I don't care about his displeasure. Delenn, the captain suddenly calmed down, looking up at the Minbari. I trusted you. I let you into my heart. I allowed myself to love you. Do you understand how hard it is for me now? It's hard to understand that... John, Delenn said quietly, sitting down carefully next to the man. Please, believe me. I didn't know Anna was alive. Both I and...
Kosh thought that the entire crew of the Icarus had died then, that only Morden had survived. And if you knew, the captain said after a short but very difficult pause, that she did survive, would you have told me about it? That, Delenn answered, clearly overcoming herself, would depend on what she would have become, what she was turned into. Zahadum is the home planet of the shadows. No one ever remains the same once they get there, even if they return. The conversation had clearly gone in a completely different direction than the man had planned. With each phrase Delenn uttered, he felt a pain growing inside him, a feeling of betrayal, of being lied to.
With his mind. Yes, with his mind. The man knew that the Minbari was absolutely right. Given what was at stake and what was happening, neither Kosh nor she could risk so much. And with each passing month, the risk only grew greater. With his mind, yes, but with his heart, he no longer knew what to think or feel.
John, I beg you, believe me. I can't change the past, and I understand how much pain you're in now. But know that I love you too. And I'm ready to swear by everything a Minbari can swear by that these words are true. Delenn wanted to say something else, but the floor beneath their feet suddenly shook noticeably. The lights flickered, went out for a couple of seconds, but then came back on. And somewhere not very far from them, obviously in the embassy sector, an alarm siren sounded. And at the same moment, the communicator on the captain's wrist came to life.
Captain, it's Ivanova. Answer, Captain, where are you?
This is Sheridan. The man raised his hand to his mouth. I'm in Ambassador Delenn's cabin. What? Take the ambassador and get the hell off that level. I sent Garibaldi's men to evacuate and notified every ambassador I could. Only Lord Baal didn't respond, but the computer detected a colossal energy surge. I have no idea what it is.
The floor shook again and the communicator hissed with static. Whatever was happening in the embassy sector was clearly only gaining momentum. Sheridan exchanged glances with Delenn, who looked clearly frightened and extended his hand to the woman, almost forcibly pulling her off the couch, forcing her to her feet. The clarification of relations that had begun was now not the most important problem, especially since the station around her shook again, and the light in the cabin went out and did not come back on. With a quiet hiss of emergency automation, the door to the corridor opened a dozen centimeters, allowing the captain to open it all the way manually. The dim emergency lighting in the corridor only added to the questions and tension of the situation. What's going on, John? I don't know. But we have to leave here, like Ivanova said. He looked gloomily at the Minbari, sighed a second later, and, pulling her into the open door, finished on the go. I'm almost angry at you for your silence. But I still can't help but believe you. Not after what we've been through. But know that this conversation isn't over yet. Outside, there was absolute chaos. The entire floor smelled distinctly of burnt wiring. The view was partially obscured by a bluish smoke that had appeared from that very burnt wiring. And from somewhere far away came the sounds of electrical discharges and something very strange, which made John's teeth ache all at once, making him wince. Judging by Delenn's face, the Minbari was experiencing no less pleasant sensations. The picture was completed by a weak but distinct flow of icy air, as if pushing them away from the elevator, growing stronger with each passing second. What is this? Delenn shrugged her shoulders. I have no idea, but we really better get out of here. As Ivanova said, they reached the elevator without any particular problems. A couple of technicians who were also rushing to leave the level caught up with them, and that was it. But then, they had to wait for the elevator for almost 5 minutes. It seemed that unknown problems had affected its operation, and Sheridan even began to think about dragging Delenn into one of the technical tunnels, which, although narrow and inconvenient, allowed them not to rely on technology. Elevators, as the main transport system of Babylon 5, if you do not count the central axial monorail, were extremely reliable, ensuring the survival of passengers even in the event of complete depressurization of the level, being equipped with a local life support system and door sealing. But he only had time to think about this when the station shook once more, especially noticeably,
and then everything went quiet. Yes, the lighting had still not been restored, working on backup power. The smell of burning still tickled their nostrils, and other inhabitants of the level were hurrying towards them from the far end of the corridor. But it became somehow quiet or something? Sheridan intuitively understood that whatever was happening, it was already over. He was about to try to call Ivanova when Delenn gently touched his shoulder, attracting his attention. "John, look. This... What the hell?" From one of the corridor branches, with an expression of extreme thoughtfulness and interest on his face, walked Lord Baal. The Goa'uld ambassador walked with his usual unhurried gait, twirling a small, impenetrably black cube in his hand, examining it with such interest as if he was trying to understand what it was that he was holding in his hands. But that was not the main thing. Lord Baal, for the first time in the captain's memory, looked battered.
Not wounded, no, but even this sight of a Goa'uld covered in soot and smoke was so shocking for Sheridan that he could only stand with his mouth open in surprise, waiting for the ambassador to approach. "Good evening, Captain, Madam Ambassador." Baal bowed his head with his usual courteous politeness, which, given his appearance, looked even more shocking. "Good evening, Lord Baal. Are you all right?" "Yes, it's nothing." The Goa'uld waved his hand. "Lord Baal," Delenn said carefully, looking somewhere behind the ambassador. "The hem of your cloak is smoldering." "Where?" Baal turned around in surprise to see what the Minbari was pointing at. "Oh my, what a prankster you turned out to be. Thank you, Madam Ambassador." "The entertainer." Sheridan looked puzzledly from the Minbari to Baal, who at that very moment, with a completely unperturbed look, knocked a tiny tongue of flame off the corner of his cloak. For a moment it seemed to the man that the Goa'uld's clothes, and along with him his entire figure, were covered with a barely noticeable ripple, but the next moment everything was in order again, and Lord Baal himself once again smiled amiably at those present. Sheridan was about to ask him what was going on here, since he firmly believed that the Goa'uld ambassador, of all people, would definitely know what was going on, but Baal stepped forward and with some simple and habitual movement punched the elevator call panel, from which it immediately opened, as if it had been standing on this level all this time, just waiting for the ambassador to appear. "Gentlemen, lady," Baal gestured for those present to enter, "only after you. I believe that the technical services and Mr. Garibaldi will have a lot of work to do. Let's not add to their nerves with our presence in the sector. By the way, Captain," the Goa'uld turned to John, "do you know to what address an official note from the Vorlon Empire should be sent when the ambassador is absent from the station? It seems that the current one has gone a little bad." It was an interesting experience. As unexpected as it was, perhaps useful. A great pill for self-confidence, if I may say so. Ulkesh managed to demonstrate that the Vorlons can do much more than they show, and even more than those around them even assume. And this fact caused a real storm in the replicator network. Korone and Yuki discussed what had happened in two voices, creating the impression of the presence of a huge number of disputing interlocutors. And the proposal to destroy the Vorlons' homeworld as a countermeasure was, among others, the most humane, if you think about it. Well, let the girls let off steam, and I will think. Seriously and persistently, trying to understand what Ulkesh was trying to do in that corridor. No. At first, everything was simple and familiar. A direct energy attack, akin to the one with which Kosh educated Sheridan, only with immeasurably greater power. Perhaps, if he had put all the energy absorbed from the surrounding space into an attack on the station, only the docks and part of the reactor zone would have remained of Babylon 5. If, of course, the reactor itself survives such a blow, without exploding just for company.
something similar to the behavior of the Akaran cyborg, drawing energy from the station's networks for its attack. The nanites of my body habitually absorbed the charge, saying, "Thank you, is there more?" But then that very interesting experiment began. Realizing that the attack had yielded no results, Ulkesh. That's when the replicator network began to glitch a little, trying to understand what exactly the Vorlon had done.
Or rather, not what, but how. The ambassador, having gotten really worked up, somehow began to play with the laws of physics directly. Very locally, clearly not having the ability to simply erase me at some quark level with a snap of his glowing fingers, but nevertheless. The closest analog of what was happening was, surprisingly enough, the operating principle of the techno-magician module created by the shadows. That same, it's magic, Harry, only performed by a highly developed alien. And perhaps this was the little that could pose a threat to me. The actions of this black box. Although they represented the same laws of physics that the entire universe obeyed, but even the replicators did not know all of them. And the shadow device literally worked with them at the lowest level. Quantum entanglement cake will not let you lie.
In fact, only the monstrous computing power accumulated by the replicator network during my presence in the galaxy saved me. But even so, my body lost 14% of nanites. 14, Carl. That's how long it took for the replicators to react to the ambassador's actions, calculating and developing options to counter them. It appeared that Ulkesh had attempted to create some sort of small black hole around me, localizing its effect to just a small area around my body, so as not to destroy half the Babylon 5 level, and himself, I presume, along the way. And that was only the first of the spells cast by the fucking glowing sorcerer. Almost at the same instant, a mere 0.43 seconds later, the Vorlon, probably deciding that a black hole alone would not be enough, went deeper. Still in the same area of effect, he changed the mass of the proton on a conceptual level.
It was amusing to watch how the thin layer of air, limited by the impact zone, flared brightly from the instantly beginning decay of the nuclei of the atoms that made it up. And it was a pity that I couldn't see the expression on Ulkesh's face when he realized that it had absolutely no effect on my body. It would be strange to expect anything different from neutronium nanites. However, he still decided to finish me off by changing his approach. Since it didn't work with protons, as well as with purely energy attacks, he simply increased the mass of neutrons. Fucking inventive bastard. Now it hit me. This was the reason why my coat was smoldering. Although the material of my body consisted of complexly processed neutronium, that is, degenerate matter, the system created by the replicators for this, and also to ensure that such a massive object would not ultimately distort the gravity around itself, was a complex set of checks and balances, stable thanks to the key feature of the replicators as such, but as it turned out, vulnerable to changes in the fundamental physical laws of itself. Well, in fact, the lost 14% of nanites were precisely the result of the modules beginning to disintegrate, caused by the disruption of the connections inside them, in response to which Ostap got carried away, as the classic wrote. Fortunately, such games could be played by two. The description of what was happening seems long and relaxed, but at that very moment, realizing that for the first time I encountered an effect capable, if not of destroying me, then of screwing me up, I was not scared, no, but experienced extremely unpleasant feelings. So unpleasant that the retaliatory strike against Ulkesh turned out to be somewhat more cardinal than I had planned. What the hell kind of planning? All plans for confronting the Vorlon ambassador in the event of direct aggression went down the drain for Behemoth.
already at the stage of creating the black hole, the impact of which, although it was possible to compensate for by the joint efforts of replicators and techno-magic. So now I don't have Ambassador Ulkesh, but I do have a sleek, stylish, and fashionable paperweight in the form of an impenetrable black cube with an edge of 37.69911 and so on ad infinitum millimeters, and a mass of 8.384 kilograms.
And I categorically had no idea what it was, and more importantly, how to dig the Vorlon ambassador back out of this something. If, of course, he still exists to any degree. However, considering that his ship continued to stand in the station's designated dock as if nothing had happened, without starting to riot and demanding to be released into the wild, either Ulkesh was still alive, or whatever I did to him somehow bypassed their telepathic connection, deceiving the Vorlon transport. "Stop it!" The short word transmitted to the replicator network made the Nex, who were still hotly discussing what had happened, fall silent mid-sentence. "Lord Baal," Corone said ingratiatingly and somehow cautiously, "Ambassador Ulkesh's decision is Ambassador Ulkesh's decision, no more, no less. The destruction of the entire Vorlon Empire is not required." "You can't know that," Corone grumbled, to her sister's silent agreement.
And there's no reason to believe Kosh's words. "In any case," I sigh, sitting down on a chair in one of the park area restaurants to while away the time while the embassy sector is being cleaned up. Ulkesh's problem has already been solved, one way or another. Putting the paperweight on the table in front of me, I motioned to the waiter who was looking at me with interest. "Oh, yes, yes. A slightly burnt Goa'uld ambassador. Yes, for the first time in history. Yes, I came to the cafe. What's the point of grumbling? It was an unexpected side effect of the Vorlon attack. Despite the fact that only 14% of the nanite blocks were destroyed, the work of the rest was somehow disrupted. For this reason, although they retain their basic functionality, adjusting the appearance of the body took time. Based on the results of the diagnostics, the problem will be solved. It would be surprising if it were otherwise. But in the next hour, I will be showing off all the decorations I received. Thanks to Ulkesh. It's a good thing they all looked like just traces of soot and carbon. For minor malfunctions in the embassy sector that caused the ignition of live circuits and technical systems, this was quite understandable. Although it is impossible to simply erase them. Coffee and a couple of eclairs. I'm fine, don't worry. As you say, Lord Baal. The waiter nodded, puzzled, and walked away. You wouldn't know it from looking at you. Good day, Ambassador Malari. I stand up, smiling good-naturedly, to bow to the Centauri. Not the best, as you can see, but quite good. Will you join me? I won't refuse, Londo chuckled, immediately sitting down at my table, holding in his hand the eternal glass of something alcoholic. To tell the truth, I'm surprised to see you here. There are persistent rumors around the station that you've gone on a love spree, which is only confirmed by the eloquent sounds breaking through all the soundproofing measures of the most expensive hotel on Babylon 5. Lord Baal! The ambassador shook his head reproachfully, immediately, however, laughing contentedly. I didn't expect that you were a lover of idle rumors. Will you say that they are false? It's stupid to deny the obvious, the Centauri saluted me with his glass. Love is… Anyway, let's leave my love affairs aside. Judging by your expression, I've missed something extremely interesting. Another crisis on Babylon 5? An invasion of evil alien invaders? A Drazi festival? Don't keep me in suspense. Let's put it this way. I thoughtfully run my fingers along the edges of the cube on the table. The ambassador of the Vorlon Empire allowed himself to make some overly abrupt movements towards me. I would even say that a slight international scandal occurred,
What? Malari, who was taking another sip from his glass at that very moment, almost choked, his eyes wide, and the panic that flashed for a moment was easily visible on his face. It seemed that the Centauri couldn't help but imagine that since even one of the Vorlons, who were famous mainly due to Kosh's memorable behavior, for their indifference and ignoring of everything, for some reason, showed direct aggression towards me right here on Babylon 5, then Mr. Morden's employers. It seemed that the station suddenly began to seem not such a cozy place to the man.
Well, honestly, Ambassador Malari, this can't be considered a declaration of war, can it?
I watch with a sweet smile as the Centaurian smiles wearily, visibly turning pale. I hope not. There are probably enough wars around us. I can't help but admit you're right. Thank you. I nod to the returning waiter, picking up the cup and taking the first sip. Interlude. Despite the rather expressive conversation with Delenn, Sheridan still had to leave the rather depressed-looking Minbari in the care of Lanier, who had found them and almost run to the bridge to Ivanova. Although he understood that there was probably no point in this anymore, the very fact of Lord Baal's appearance in the corridor, especially in such a shabby state, spoke eloquently about the fact that the Goa'uld ambassador had to be somehow involved in what was happening. John could not find logical and consistent arguments in favor of this conclusion, but his intuition stubbornly told him the same thing,
Especially after the last question the Goa'uld threw out in passing at the elevator doors.
Official note from the Vorlon Empire about the spoiled ambassador. For some reason, he was both wildly curious about what exactly Baal meant and didn't want to even come close to touching on the subject, simply for the sake of his own mental health, which seemed to be starting to falter from all these family reunions. Although, of course, Kosh's warnings in his head that not everything was so smooth with the new Kosh still gave him unpleasant thoughts. If the Vorlons really weren't the warriors of light that everyone thought they were, the galaxy would be in for some very difficult times. "What's wrong with us?" the man said gloomily as he entered the bridge. "Captain," Ivanova nodded, "we're still trying to figure out what happened. As far as I know, there are no casualties."
At least no one contacted Franklin, and Garibaldi's guys didn't find any bodies. "Unless it's a smoked ball," the captain muttered under his breath. "What? Smoked?" "We ran into each other at the elevator," Sheridan waved his hand. "I suspect that in the end, it will turn out that he arranged everything, together with the Vorlon ambassador. With Kosh? No, I guess I don't want to know the details." Susan disowned herself a second later. "Anyway, what about the damage?" "The technicians are still inspecting the sector." The commander shook her head. "Part of the life support system failed, and 2 distribution substations burned out completely. Lighting and wiring are minor details. When it started, we detected a huge spike in consumption in that area, as if..." The woman frowned. "You were familiar with Commander Sinclair's affairs when you took office, weren't you?" "As far as possible." The captain raised an eyebrow.
Are you talking about something specific?
There was one incident with an alien techno-organic artifact, essentially an embryo of a living weapon, turning the carrier into a kind of cyborg, a war machine. Ikara, right? I remember. You think? No. The woman waved her hand. The cyborg was destroyed that time, but the effects of sharp jumps in consumption were recorded then too. And she looked at the commander with a hint. Lord Baal was also nearby.
Completely by chance, of course.
What nonsense. The Goa'uld ambassador couldn't.
Nonsense? And I didn't say that it was his doing. I just pointed out some interesting coincidences. In any case,
Commander, Captain. A thoughtful Garibaldi entered the bridge. You'd better take a look at this. Did you find anything? You could say that. The security guard raised an eyebrow, put his hand in the chamber, and pulled out. Sheridan exchanged a puzzled glance with his deputy. In Michael's palm lay a tiny piece of some strange material, slightly larger than the nail of his index finger. Similar to... Feeling his lower eyelid twitch, John came closer, taking in his fingers a lilac fragment of the spacesuit of the ambassador of the Vorlon Empire, melted and distorted as if it had been crumpled like plasticine. Never before, even looking at the pierced helmet of the first Kosh, Sheridan had seen something that could do with the materials used by the Vorlons. This. Baal's words about the spoiled ambassador, involuntarily popping up in his head, now acquired a completely different meaning and caused unpleasant goosebumps. And what are we going to do about it? You? Nothing, Sheridan sighed, looking at the officers. Officially, Ambassador Kosh died tragically due to equipment malfunction in the embassy sector of the station. This will mean a scandal. Less than the claim that one ambassador killed another, which you are directly hinting at. You obviously know something that we don't, Captain. You could say that. The man shrugged, feeling a wave of a mixture of concern and satisfaction that came from somewhere in the depths of his self. It seemed that the first Kosh was not at all surprised by such an end to his replacement's life path. Will you share? Ivanova exchanged glances with Garibaldi.
Maybe later, Commander. Mr. Garibaldi, have the technicians given any indication of how the levels will be restored? We have several ambassadors temporarily rendered homeless.
Yes. They ask for 3 hours for diagnostics and initial repairs. Full restoration will take about a day.
Good.
Ivanova, make sure they don't relax. We still haven't accommodated all the wounded, as I understand it. I'll keep an eye on it, Captain. And you... And I'll try to sort out my family affairs. The man sighed heavily. Before they finish me off. Speaking of which, Garibaldi suddenly remembered. Stephen, knowing that I was coming here, asked me to pass on... The security guard fished a crystal out of his pocket, handing it to the captain. He just went back to the wounded as soon as he was sure that there were no casualties. So he decided, so that you wouldn't have to look for him. Did he convey something verbally? Sheridan frowned, accepting the information carrier. I just double-checked everything. Michael shook his head. And your doubts were justified, whatever that means. I'll tell you later. Thank you, Mr. Garibaldi. Commander? John nodded, moving towards the exit. John, you finally come! I've missed you. Sorry, I had things to do. It was only by miracles of self-control that Sheridan retained a good-natured, albeit very tired expression on his face when he saw Anna Sheridan meeting him in his own cabin. Yes, Anna. After leaving the station's control room, he had managed to stop by his office and look over the data Franklin had given him. And now he was in for another difficult conversation, because the woman in front of him, who looked exactly like his dead wife, could only be his wife in a hypothetical sense. No matter how much he wanted to believe in miracles, he could not go against the irrefutable evidence provided by Baal and Franklin simultaneously. The only thing that still haunted the man was the question, why did the Shadows send a copy of his wife to Babylon 5? Kill him? That could be done much easier and faster. Fish out some secrets? They couldn't help but understand how much suspicion her appearance on the station would cause, and therefore how difficult it would be for her to find out those very secrets. Then what? Lure him over to their side? All options seemed equally absurd, but at the same time logical, especially for representatives of an alien race alien to humanity. Yes, I heard. An incident in the embassy sector. The woman feigned concern. But I'm glad that you can finally rest, here, with me.
I'm tired of all these checks myself. No. She put her hands in front of her. I don't blame you. It's a shame, but only a little. But now you're absolutely sure that it really was me. Forgive me. The captain spread his hands. But still, I still don't understand. If you survived back then, during the expedition to Zahadum, why didn't you let me know about yourself? Did you really spend all those years there, on the planet? Yes. But what were you doing there, and why did you come back now? I can't tell you, John. Anna shook her head. Not here. Only on Zahadum. They are eager to meet you, and they guarantee your complete safety. What if I refuse? Then I'll just fly away, John. And you won't hear the truth. And no threats? Sheridan raised an eyebrow skeptically. John, what threats? They're not what you think. What you've been told all this time. There will be no threats, ultimatums, or anything like that. Just an invitation to listen to their version of events. Wouldn't that be fair? Why do you want to go back? The man frowned. Now my home is there. My work is there. Important work. And you will understand everything when you see it for yourself. No, I'm not going anywhere until I hear answers to my questions. And the first of them will be about what happened to the Icarus crew when you landed on the planet. John, these are my conditions, the captain interrupted Anna. Tell me at least this. And then you will fly with me to Zahadum. I'll fly, Sheridan said after a second's pause, hearing a heavy sigh on the edge of consciousness and a short, stupid, from the Kosh fragment. Well, okay, the woman began slowly. The Interplanetary Expeditions Corporation reported that one of their research probes recently discovered a planet on the edge of explored space, with the ruins of an ancient civilization. It was our expedition that was offered to go there. It was a find of the century, John, only they hid where they actually got this information from. I don't know if you know, but several years earlier the corporation discovered an ancient alien ship under the surface of Mars, unlike anything we had seen before. Sheridan felt a slight chill run down his spine. Of course, he knew what kind of ship had been discovered on Mars, but somehow he hadn't suspected that it was this discovery that had triggered all the events with his wife. I think I understand what ship you are talking about. They too understood something. As soon as sunlight hit the ship's hull, the ship sent a coded signal somewhere into space, and it became clear that the ship's owners could come for it very soon. The corporation placed a hidden beacon inside and began to wait. 3 days later, another ship, exactly the same, arrived on Mars, cleared its fellow of soil, and carried it away from the planet. Thus, interplanetary expeditions tracked their route to one of the planets beyond known space. Zahadum, nodded Anna. But then we did not know what it was called. Besides, the captain of the expedition, Chang, received a strict prohibition from the Department of New Technologies of the Space Fleet to reveal this to anyone. Understand, I was bound by a non-disclosure agreement. I could not tell you a word. On the planet, the woman smiled wearily at John. When we landed, at first glance, everything looked as if it was a long-dead world, empty and abandoned. But then we detected an energy source deep under the surface. There we found them, those whom you call shadows. Of course, this is not their real name, but the real one consists of 10,000 symbols, for half of which none of our languages can even find a transcription. They may look creepy, but I assure you, they are quite democratic. Tell that to the lost crew of the Icarus. Anna stood up from her chair with a heavy sigh. Turning away from Sheridan and moving to the corner of the cabin was an accident, inevitable at first contact, although no less tragic for that. Most of the crew died. The ship's communication systems were damaged, and the survivors, We had no way to send a message to Earth, John. And even if we had, the woman turned to John with enthusiasm. They had just come out of a long hibernation. Any contact with the outside world at that moment was an unjustified risk. But they offered a generous deal. Deal? What deal? In exchange for our silence, for not being found out about them, the shadows, allowed us to study their technology. You can't even imagine what they are capable of, what they have achieved, what we could achieve with their help. The Earth could move forward by thousands of years. And for this, everyone had to consider you dead, the captain said gloomily. Understand, John, I simply had no choice. But now I have returned to you, and I would be happy if you would go there with me. Let's fly to Zahadum. Cast aside all doubts and suspicions inspired by other people's words. See the truth with your own eyes. Find out what is really happening. Delenn, Kosh, they are all playing their own game, manipulating you. You're right. It's time for the truth. Sheridan nodded, putting on the happiest smile possible, hugging his wife. I'll have to finish some urgent business, hand over some to my deputies, and then we'll fly right away. Of course, John. Anna nodded happily. I just ask that you not delay too long. No more than necessary. I think I can manage in 1 day. A day? A day is not long. A day is still bearable. I'll wait. Chapter 89. Day by Day. The educator himself must be the one, what he wants to make his pupil into. Verse Doll. Interlude. He managed to sleep for only an hour, and to do that he had to go to his office and take the sofa there, as it turned out. It was quite difficult to force yourself to fall asleep in the same bed with a woman you had considered dead for 5 years, especially when you knew what she was like at the moment. However, similar doubts and misunderstandings about why this was necessary were easy to read in Anna's eyes, and therefore it was much easier to make such a decision. It seemed that no matter how hard the shadows tried to bring back his wife, they had done a terrible job. A completely alien psychology and mentality was taking its toll. In any case, Sheridan was now frowning at the wall in front of him, sipping a disgusting tasting but still invigorating cup of coffee. If he intended to go to Zahadum without leaving the station in complete disarray, he had a lot of work to do. Orders to give for the time of his absence, orders in case of his own death, video messages to loved ones, including Delenn. And that wasn't even mentioning the preparations for the flight itself, because it would be extremely reckless to just board the first transport ship he came across and fly into an outright trap. Fortunately, some of it could be delegated to others, which is what he had been doing since waking up.
You called, Captain?
Michael Garibaldi looked into the office.
Judging by the hatred for the world around you in your eyes, you had a night.
Not what you'd expect from a meeting with a long-lost wife.
Save your humor for other situations, Mr. Garibaldi.
The captain grimaced. Got it. Ready to listen to orders. I'm going to need to leave the station for a while, Sheridan sighed, gesturing for the security guard to sit down, taking another sip of coffee. I can already imagine everything you can tell me about this, but it has to be this way. Michael frowned, but nodded anyway, sitting down on the chair. In my absence, Ivanova will command the Babylon as always. I will prepare the necessary orders and pass them through the system. From you, I will need help of a different kind. I'm listening, Captain. I don't want to take the Calvados, the man said thoughtfully, because I can't be sure that I'll return, and because I don't want to let the crew down. The White Star is a different matter. It can be piloted by just one person. But she also has a crew, and that's exactly what I need your help with. As far as I can see, the Minbari crew of this ship was not entered into the security service database. It was no use, sir, Michael nodded. Delenn vouched for them, and you know perfectly well that the Minbari. I don't doubt Delenn's words. John stopped the security guard. But everything must be in order, and this information, among other things, may be useful to us in the future. Organize their transfer to the station and conduct them through the standard procedure. Questioning, registration, issuance of identification cards. You want to take the White Star away while it's floating near Babylon 5 without a crew? But why not ask Delenn directly? I don't want her to know about this until I leave, Sheridan answered grimly. It's difficult, Mr. Garibaldi, but it has to be done. I'll explain everything to her, leave a recording, but no, he shook his head. She'll just follow me, and I can't risk it like that.
I can't say I like your motives, Captain, but I certainly understand them. Do you need any other help? Yes, there are a couple more things to do. All the information is here. Sheridan handed Garibaldi the tablet, looking pointedly at the security guard. Of course, this is strictly confidential. What's not confidential these days? Michael sighed, accepting the tablet. I'll figure it out, and… son of a bitch. Mr. Garibaldi, should I regard your words as an insult to a superior officer? The captain raised an eyebrow. Michael. Sheridan rose from the table and came closer to the head of security, looking at him carefully. When I first arrived at the station, I knew nothing about all the local affairs and who could be trusted with difficult questions. But now I know that you can. And now it is precisely that very difficult question that I ask you to help me solve. Without questions, reasoning, just do it.
Believe me, I know what I'm asking for, but there is no other way now. Will you help? Garibaldi was silent for almost 10 seconds. Sighing, Michael nodded and turned around, leaving the captain alone to carry out his requests. Watching the man go, Sheridan poured himself another cup of coffee and returned to the table. They had finished with one difficult task. Now it remained to fulfill the promise given to Baal. He did not quite understand what interest the Goa'uld could have in finding out when he was going to fly to Zahadum, but a promise is a promise. The man's hands lay on the keyboard, typing a short message to the ambassador. If you go to Zahadum, you will die. Kosh's voice sounded in the man's head. I've heard this 1,000 times already. Say something new, Kosh. Stubborn. The Vorlon made a heavy sighing sound. Perhaps that is the point, especially now. Good. I will help. Don't miss the moment, if it comes. The voice of the ambassador's shard faded, but John could clearly sense that it was watching him and his surroundings closely, and was indeed ready to… What? Help? Suggest? Well, perhaps such help was nothing special, but it was certainly much more than he had expected and hoped for. Are they kidding? Ambassador Malari scratched the tip of his nose, reading the message from his homeland that had just arrived via diplomatic channels. No, they are definitely kidding. You don't need to go to a fortune teller. Ver, go and see what they've done. What is it, Londo? The alarmed attaché ran out of his half of the embassy cabin, coming closer. What happened? They offered me a promotion, a position at the Imperial Court, as an advisor to Emperor Cartagia on planetary security matters. But, the young Centauri frowned, such appointments usually come through the courier service. There, an official document, a traditional scroll with seals. That's where I started, Ver. They're kidding. This appointment came in electronic format. The regalia, the uniform, the text, everything matches, but it's electronic. I'll swallow them in the liver. This is very… strange. It's strange. You choose your words very softly, Veer. Maybe this is someone's bad joke? I contacted the Prime Minister. The ambassador waved off. He confirmed that Emperor Cartagia
may he never have a hangover, did indeed grant me this position. But if everything is fine, even if it was done in violation of traditions, why are you dissatisfied? Dissatisfied? Malari flared up. Dissatisfied? I'm dissatisfied, Veer, because I wanted to receive this appointment 20 years ago. Then it would have been flattering, useful, and promising. But now, I don't give a damn about all the court positions and titles, especially when I seem to have only just found my happiness. I won't be able to take Adira with me, Veer. No matter how I feel about her, she's still a simple dancer. To legitimize our relationship would require a sea of time, effort, and money. And even then, he waved his hand sadly. All this will be useless if the Emperor expresses direct dissatisfaction. This appointment would have made sense 6 months ago, the ambassador continued, until I sent Mr. Morden away. But now... Malari didn't have time to finish speaking. A melodic trill of the bell rang from the door to the cabin, making the Centauri frown, because he wasn't expecting any guests or visitors today, intending to return to his beloved after duty embassy business. Having cast a quick glance at the equally surprised Veer, Londo pressed the button on the terminal to open the door, letting in the visitor. It turned out to be an inconspicuous middle-aged man, a man who entered the cabin with a respectful bow. You haven't got the wrong cabin, my dear fellow. I don't know your name. The Centaurian looked at the guest skeptically.
Not at all, Ambassador Malari. I came exactly where I was going.
Tone, choice of words, facial expressions. Londo couldn't help but feel goosebumps running down his spine. The speaker was so similar to the aforementioned Morden. Outwardly, they had nothing in common, but intuitively, at the level of inexplicable feelings and premonitions. He hadn't seen Morden himself since he had sent him and his employers far away, and even at the station this scoundrel, if he did show up, clearly tried not to catch the eye of the ambassador or his assistant. And that's why such a sudden and such a similar guest was very alarming. Who are you? That doesn't matter, Ambassador Malari. The stranger shook his head. What's more important is why I came. And why? I was sent by our mutual colleagues. Let's call them that. The man walked forward, stopping right at the table with the terminal, and measured Veer with an indifferent look. With an important message. And what was that? Malari cautiously moved back on the sofa. The conversation had been too ambiguous. To hear at the end of it something like, from a conditionally useful asset, you have moved into the category of annoying factors. Goodbye, would have been in the order of things. Despite some differences of opinion with Mr. Morden, he valued your cooperation with him very highly. And so, our employers thought it prudent to advise you should leave the station immediately. Take your loved ones and fly away. Where? It does not concern us, although I would recommend that you take advantage of the Emperor's generous offer, which you should have received by now, Ambassador Malari, but you should be gone in 10 hours. What nonsense. Why should I fly away if I'm quite comfortable here? And this proposal. The Centaurian scornfully squeezed out of himself, understanding less and less with each passing second. Looks like a demonstrative spit in my face. It is your will to think and act as you wish.
The messenger shrugged.
I have told you everything I was instructed to say. What follows is yours, and only your business. But you alone will be responsible for the consequences of the decisions you make. But if you value your life as well as the lives of those close to you, you will leave Babylon 5. And quickly. Without saying goodbye, the man who had not introduced himself turned and left the cabin. Malari watched him go, with a tense gaze, feeling a tight spring of anxiety compressing inside him. Such warnings are not given for no reason, which meant that very soon something very, very alarming would happen on the station. And dangerous. A recent conversation with Lord Baal and his words about the note addressed to the Vorlon Empire involuntarily surfaced in his memory. For some reason, Londo began to think that these things were connected. Absurd, but he could not help himself. "Who was it, Londo?" Veer finally said.
A friend of Mr. Morden's, it seems so. And I don't like all this Ver. I definitely don't like it. I urgently need to talk to Mr. Garibaldi. Or the captain, Commander Ivanova. Or better yet, to all of them at once. Yes. And Lord Baal. I need to talk to him too. Londo? But the ambassador did not answer, jumping to his feet with a jerk, wrapping his doublet around himself and almost running out of the cabin. If something threatened the station, the senior officers had to know about it. Yes, most likely they would consider him a madman, but at least he would try. And then, if all else failed, well, he would still have time to grab Adira in his arms, grab his faithful Ver, and fly to hell, as Mr. Garibaldi put it, from this steel barrel. It took a record amount of time to find at least one of the senior officers. Malari decided to take the usual and simple route, showing up straight away at Captain Sheridan's office. But there he was in for a bummer, to use Earth slang. The office was empty, and a subordinate of Mr. Garibaldi's, who he met in the corridor, kindly informed him that the commander had indeed been there a few hours ago, but then left on business, without saying, however, where exactly. Londo threw up his hands in frustration and headed down the second trusted path. If the captain wasn't in his office, he might be hanging out on the station's command bridge. He could also look for Commander Ivanova there. But this time, too, he was in for a bummer. Neither the captain nor the commander were there. The former hadn't been seen for the same quote-unquote several hours, and the latter had hurriedly left her workstation literally 10 minutes ago, after, as one of the dispatchers had secretly told him, a call from Ambassador Dakar. Feeling incredibly stupid, the Centauri, muttering all the curses he knew under his breath, decided to try his luck one last time and find Mr. Garibaldi. Because, as he sincerely believed, with all the chaos going on Babylon 5, all the officers simply couldn't have disappeared at once. And at least he was lucky in that.
Mr. Garibaldi, finally!
Slightly out of breath, Londo caught up with the head of security, who was walking quickly along the corridor.
Ambassador Malari.
The man turned his head slightly in his direction without slowing down.
I'm a little busy right now, so if you have... It's a very urgent matter. I wouldn't bother you with trifles, but now the question is, I'm not afraid to say it, the safety of the entire station.
And I can't find either the captain or Commander Ivanova. All hope is only in... Yes, the captain was forced to fly away. On business, Garibaldi shrugged. I think he'll be back in a few days. Oh. Flew away? The tense spring inside the ambassador just compressed a little more. What's so surprising about that, Ambassador? No, nothing surprising. You are right. Anyway, what did you want to tell the captain? Commander Ivanova is a bit busy right now, as far as I know. You know, she's the one who's been carrying out Captain Sheridan's duties in his absence, so if there's anything to do with the safety of Babylon 5, who else but me should be concerned about it? Yes, Londo nodded. Mr. Garibaldi, we have known each other for many years, and you must have seen that I never cause panic out of nothing. Shift the emphasis slightly? That is true, but certainly not. Ambassador, Garibaldi sighed, stopped, turning to his interlocutor. Let's be brief, please. Yes, of course. Anyway. The Centauri exhaled, collecting his thoughts. I received information from one person that something could happen to the station soon. Dangerous. Something? From one person? Ambassador Malari, Londo, let's be honest. What's the matter? The Centauri hesitated. He couldn't just say that some time ago,
He had dealt with a suspicious man who called himself Morden, who had provided him, and the government of the Centauri Republic, with absolutely incredible services, including military ones, and in fact, it was thanks to these very services that they had unleashed a bloody war with the Narns, which had only miraculously not turned into mass genocide. Ahem, yes, and now another equally suspicious man had warned him about something vague, advising him to get the hell out of the station within 10 hours. Londo was afraid that even such an understanding person as Mr. Garibaldi would not understand such frankness
and would not appreciate it. At best, considering it all to be Londo's own alcoholic delirium. I cannot reveal to you all the details of my sources of information, Malari finally decided. But I assure you that my fears are not at all unfounded. Just now, a man approached me and advised me to leave the station as soon as possible. If, I quote, Londo lowered his voice, "My life is dear to me." They gave me 10 hours, hinting that after that time, no one here would be able to vouch for my safety. Considering everything that has been happening lately, I have made a reasonable conclusion that something will threaten Babylon itself. Sabotage, attack, unrest. He spread his hands. I don't know, but something will definitely happen, Mr. Garibaldi. Some unknown person approached you, told you to get out of the station, threatened you with something unintelligible, and you took it all at face value? Michael raised an eyebrow skeptically. Londo, are you sure that this is what is called not to panic over nothing? I'm serious, Mr. Garibaldi. You... okay. The ambassador waved his hand in resignation. Check the name, or the last name. I'm not sure. His name is Morden. He showed up at the station more than once. I think you'll be able to find confirmation of this. He was everywhere, as far as I know, visiting many ambassadors, doing his own business. Well, it was one of... Morden? Garibaldi leaned forward. Did you say Morden? Yes, Londo nodded. Do you know about him? So, let's do it again, only this time without hiding anything and in detail. Who exactly approached you today? What exactly did they say? And what does this have to do with Morden? Something in the security guard's voice made Malari nod gravely, and, gathering his thoughts, repeat the whole story again, from the very beginning, trying not to miss a single fact. Garibaldi listened very attentively, having led the ambassador to one of the walls of the corridor, so as not to interfere with the passage. He stood silently, with each word he heard becoming more and more gloomy and concerned. It seemed that now he took Londo's words with much more seriousness than at the beginning of their conversation. I heard you, Ambassador, Garibaldi said slowly. I will verify your information and increase security measures at the station. If only I knew what exactly was going to happen. Unfortunately, I told you everything I knew myself, the Centaurian spread his hands. Do you think it's worth listening to the advice? If I were you, I would fly away. I don't know how serious this warning is, but, Garibaldi sighed, I repeat, if I were you, I would fly away. I understand. Thank you for listening. Now I feel a little calmer, if only from the thought that someone else knows about the situation. Oh, by the way, Londo remembered. Did you know that Lord Baal did not leave the station? I wanted to talk to him too, but I ran around looking for the captain and did not have time to send a message to his attaché. Lord Baal. The security guard raised his eyebrows in surprise. So he also flew away, literally an hour ago,
It seems he had been planning to move his monstrous ship away from the station for a long time, but only now finally got around to it. I thought it was impossible to miss the departure of this golden giant. He flew away, Malari echoed, feeling how the bad premonitions that had died down after Garibaldi listened to him flared up with renewed vigor. Something wrong? No. This is personal business. Yes, thank you, Mr. Garibaldi. I'll go to the cabin. If you learn anything important from my warning, I'll let you know, the man nodded.
The captain's message that he was planning to fly to Zadum after all served as excellent proof that I wasn't so wrong about people. In any case, it also meant that it was time for me to go too. Given the difference in the speeds of our ships, there was just enough time to arrive to visit the shadows first, look around the area, and calmly have tea with Lorien. Was it in vain that I created the quantum entanglement cake? So, leaving the sisters to keep order and sending a short notification message to Commander Ivanova, I took Rao Dorn and headed for the Emperor's will. I suppose, as unexpected as its arrival, the departure of the huge ship attracted the close attention of curious onlookers, but there was nothing bad about it. A bright blue flash, and the battleship disappeared into the cloud of the Asgard hyperspace transition.
It was quite an interesting experience to look at the dark and gloomy orb of Zadum with my own eyes, so to speak, as it appeared before me as soon as the ship emerged from the jump in its system. The last time I sent a fleet of hot-toks here with a hint for Morden in the shadows, I of course scanned the planet in every possible way, including mapping the underground voids that made up most of the interior of this celestial body, which, incidentally, was quite consistent with all the information available to me about the shadows and their appearance, swarming insectoid creatures. Or rather, now they were creatures of a different order, having practically discarded their material bodies like the Vorlons. But once upon a time, as soon as the will of the Emperor appeared right in the orbit of the planet, 4 shadow cruisers leaked from the emptiness of space, rushing to intercept my ship in the first second, but immediately freezing, as if they had run into an invisible wall. Rao twitched his ear in confusion, closing his eyes and, as if listening to his surroundings, are experiencing a strange mixture of emotions. They are much harder to read than any of the inhabitants of Babylon. It seems, yes, I feel fear, uncertainty, caution, and at the same time, anger, all directed at us. Not surprising, I smile, looking around at the ships frozen right in front of me. I think they fully felt the full depth of my hint last time. Felinid grinned contentedly, having received a short summary of the incident from me via the replicator network, and I thought for a moment. The recent incident with Ulkesh had shown me that even I, with all my capabilities, was not as invulnerable as it might seem at first glance. The Vorlons had suddenly and completely unexpectedly demonstrated personal capabilities that had somehow been omitted from the original history of this universe, demonstrated in the old Earth series. Not that I particularly relied on that very precognition of the canon, for which Corone tirelessly kicked me, but it would be problematic to miss such a glaring fact. And this meant that the real state of affairs could differ from the expected much more than I would like. Should I be afraid that the shadows will give me a hot welcome as soon as I go down? According to the vague memories of this part of the story, the techno-magic that I spied from the techno-magicians was actually created by the shadows, who decided to strengthen their followers from among the younger races. But some murky and strange story happened there, because of which they lost their own invention. Either the techno-magicians of the past rebelled, or the experiment went somewhere wrong, as often happens. Now I can't remember, but in the original story the shadows did not demonstrate anything like this. Will it be the same now? even with all the computing power of the replicators. There was depressingly little reliable information to give any kind of accurate forecast. The probability of direct aggression against perwith subsequent significant damage varied from 23.991 to 64.331%, which was an extremely useless forecast, if you think about it. Looking at the planet below, a simply monstrous in its perverted genius idea suddenly came to mind. From that very famous and mimetic category, why didn't I do this before? Since replicators are capable, albeit sometimes over a long period of time, of developing a counteraction and then immunity to any impact that did not destroy all the replicators in the galaxy at once, it seems quite logical to create a separate sadomasochism laboratory in which the replicator blocks would be exposed to all possible external impacts that only the laws of physics allow to be realized, a kind of brute force of reality. And it is doubly strange that the original replicators did not come up with such an idea, only getting a punch in the face from humans with conventional kinetic weapons. However, it would take a long time to ponder such a sudden and timely topic, and I would certainly do so at another more appropriate time. It would be rather strange to fly away 5 minutes after appearing in the planet's orbit, and the shadows should not show direct aggression like that without any reason on my part.
Despite all their aggression, they were not idiots, and such a weighty argument as the will of the Emperor, which they cannot scan, should make them very cautious. Percentages are percents, but there is no need to fall into complete paranoia. In any case, Ulkesh's attack was somewhat sudden, but now the teleportation beam will have time to take me away from the planet much earlier than they cause me irreparable harm. So, perhaps, it is worth politely knocking. Rao, convey to the ships our desire to descend to the planet. I turn my head to the felinid. Please. Yes, Creator. Dorn closed his eyes, concentrating. The black cruisers twitched at first, clearly feeling the telepathic influence, which they really didn't like. But then, realizing that it wasn't an attack, but simply a transfer of information, they froze again in immobility. That's exactly why I took the Psyker with me. Showing up as a guest without warning would have been completely impolite, and relying on purely technical means of communication when it came to shadows. Of course, I could have taken Behemoth with me, but since I had certain hopes for a conversation with Lorien, and the results of this conversation would directly concern Rao and his kin. In short, such a choice was more reasonable. Creator, they are answering. Do you see? The felinid was looking ahead of us, clearly seeing something there that I couldn't see, a familiar effect of telepathic projection that didn't affect me in any way. I had seen something similar with Varn, the operator of the great machine, calling for help from at least someone from the station above the planet. Well, the methods for solving this problem were also worked out, and so I simply used Rao Dorn's implant to see what was happening through his eyes. Feeling my attention, the felinid shuddered for a moment, but then relaxed, growled briefly, and did not react in any other way. In the middle of the throne room of the ship's bridge, right in the air, a group of golden sparks appeared, reminiscent of the numerous eyes of an alien insect. It seems that this is exactly what the collective unconscious of the shadows looked like when it was seen through the telepathic module of Ivanova's great machine. A polyphonic discordant chorus of voices sounded in Dorn's head. It seemed completely impossible to isolate the constituent parts of which. And there were, by and large, no constituents there. But there was a complex emotion thought. The collective mind of the shadows asked why I had arrived, and what I want. Obeying my prompt, Rao transmitted several images in response, communicating peaceful intentions and a desire to communicate with Lorien, who lived in the bowels of the planet.
A wave of indignation and mistrust came from the shadows. They clearly were not eager to let a stranger into the very heart of their civilization. But the next moment, a silvery white spark of light flashed from Zahadum, forcing the minds of the shadows to fall silent mid-sentence, and the ships that continued to hang in the void next to the will of the Emperor to fly apart. It seems that Grandfather Lorien decided to join the conversation himself, before the stupid grandchildren did anything wrong. "Why are you here?" said the first, seeping through all the layers of replicator blocks that made up the ship's hull, and creating a material embodiment of his self in a split second. "Our last conversation was a bit chaotic," I answer carefully, forcing myself to push away the thought that the replicators had just failed to react to a being of pure energy passing through their units. In fact, I literally didn't even notice anything while Lorien was seeping inside. So I decided to pay a courtesy visit in return. I have a lot of questions that I really hope to get answered, and I'll ask for a small favor. Lorien narrowed his eyes slightly, slowly scanning me with his attentive golden gaze, then Dorn, and then staring somewhere deep into the ship. Somewhere? He was looking right at the compartment that contained the cube with the personality of Ambassador Kosh. The first's face showed almost no emotion, except for slight curiosity and doubt. Finally, he turned toward the shadow ships hanging outside and nodded solemnly. At the same moment, the ships melted into space. It seems the question of my presence was resolved. "We'll talk," he said, already addressing me, nodding again. "And since we're talking about requests, I'll have one in return. But that's later. Let's return to Zahadum. I'll soon have another guest to meet. Hide your ship. There's no need for a demonstration for unwanted eyes." Lorien shrank into a sparkling spark that flew back into the bowels of the planet ahead, and I suddenly clearly understood that the replicator network had received precise, millimeter-accurate coordinates for the teleportation device. Well, no, not coordinates in their pure form, but now I clearly saw where the first was, and understood where exactly to direct the Asgard beam. Well, I give a short command sending the battleship to park in the planet's orbit, simultaneously hiding it with a camouflage device. The technology was not designed for such a large object at all. After all, it was not a Wunderwaffe of the Noxes from my body's native universe, capable of hiding entire cities, apparently not just making them invisible, but completely shifting them to another phase of existence. But even in the version of camouflage available to the replicators, it was quite enough to hide the presence of the ship in the system from visual observation. Zahadum was already a very gloomy and dark planet, especially considering the dimness and remoteness of its star, so an additional and strange shadow against its background would not attract attention. And the replicators were already perfectly protected from technical scanning methods. A bright flash of the transfer beam carried me and Rao down, under the surface of the planet. The idea that it could be a trap seemed so absurd that I didn't even focus on it. If Lorien wanted to do something to me, he would have found a more practical and effective way. After all, I'm 146% sure that such an ancient and powerful creature is capable of much more than the same shadows or Vorlons, and the latter somehow found a key to the conditional invulnerability of the replicators, albeit temporary. The beam teleported us to a familiar cave, or something similar. Who knows how many such passages have been dug up here over thousands of years, in which the first would conduct a philosophical and educational conversation with Captain Sheridan, who was just flying here. Lorien himself was waiting for me, sitting on one of the stone boulders with an imperturbable expression on his face. It seemed that questions of comfort had long ceased to interest this ancient creature, which, however, was a completely logical outcome of events, given his real nature and the fact that he took on his material appearance only for reasons of convenience and politeness in communicating with younger species.
So,
The first began slowly.
I assumed, after our first meeting, that you would find me here, sooner or later. I've known for a long time that the shadows don't just return to Zahadum, no matter what happens in their confrontation with the Vorlons.
I shrug. Interesting. New? Lorien thoughtfully stroked his beard with long, thin fingers. Then I said that I knew what you were, but now, having thought about it for some time, I am no longer so sure of my conclusions. But you still confidently declare that you knew about me. How is that possible?
You are definitely not one of those whose development I have observed in the galaxy over these millions of years.
I came here. From far away, I smile. From afar. Interesting. And before we get to serious conversations, I brought a small gift. I extend my hand, into which Rao, with a respectful bow, places a small box previously attached to his armor. I wasn't sure about your nature, but many cultures have a tradition of bringing cake to guests. A quick gesture, and the box opens, revealing to the world a long-conceived and cherished gift, a quantum entanglement cake, energy frozen in a completely impossible confectionery form, while preserving both all the properties of energy and the key parameters of the cake itself. Oh yes, for the first time in their short meeting, Lorien's face reflected something other than curiosity and thoughtfulness. The former looked truly surprised.
He rose from the stone on which he was sitting and smoothly stepped forward, leaning towards the open container of the gift. The ancient creature's eyes flashed with golden light. He was clearly trying to understand what exactly he saw in front of him, and how this what was created.
Excellent, Lorien finally said. I commend the ingenuity with which this was done. Never before have I seen the algorithms of the technomagic used for such purposes. No one who has reached this level of development has looked at the new possibilities. So, it's a matter of imagination, I suppose, I shrug. It's all the more interesting to hear about fantasy from an intelligent machine. The first looked me intently in the eyes. Interesting. Lorien's phrase about an intelligent machine.
Not that I had any arguments against such a definition, especially considering my own nature, and the fact that I still had no idea how I ended up in the body of a replicator, and who this I was, but the conversation with the local universal grandfather was already turning out to be surprisingly interesting and promising, and we had only just begun exchanging pleasantries.
I'm not sure that— Oh, of course, nodded Lorien. Calling you a machine in the sense that the younger races put into this word would be— perhaps it could be called offensive, for which I apologize. But sometimes it is worth calling things by their proper names in order to be understood correctly, although, of course, you are much more than just a machine, even a very complex and self-developing one. No machine could have created everything that you have created. And all those— the first cast an attentive glance at Arau, causing the felinid to involuntarily twitch his ear.
I'm not offended, I spread my hands. However, I can't say that I fully understand what I am, and therefore your definition is no worse than all the others. In the end, I am me and the rest is not so important.
Such an approach to the situation cannot but inspire respect. In any case, the cake is wonderful. I applaud your imagination. And then, Lorien, with a completely unperturbed look, created a kind of glowing blade on the tip of his finger and cut off a piece of cake? He just took and cut off a piece of cake made of pure energy as if it were a regular cake. Even the cut looked completely normal, although I did not put anything like that into its creation. Either the Technomage module operated with concepts, creating cake with a capital letter, or Lorien understood the principles by which this technology works much better than me, and the shadows with the Vorlons, which means he could simply modify my creation on the fly in order to, Continue the joke.
Against this background, the fact that he then simply brought the piece to his mouth and bit off with a look of enjoyment in the process no longer caused any particular excitement. Well, a being of pure energy, born at the beginning of time right after the Big Bang, well, eats a conceptual quantum uncertainty cake made of pure energy, just like it's a regular cake. Everything is fine. The world is full of magic. Having enjoyed the expression of shock on my face, and I could not explain the feeling of extreme pleasure that appeared on Lorian's face looking at me while he was eating the delicacy, the first sighed, put the rest of the cut piece in his mouth, and nodded seriously. You came to ask questions. Ask. I will answer if it is within my power. The most important and crucial question for me, perhaps, I choose my words carefully, concerns your essence. My essence? Lorian bowed his head to his shoulder. As I see from the example of the Vorlons and the shadows, the development of life in this galaxy will one way or another lead it, life, that is, to a more perfect form of existence, not tied to the material world. Not everything is so simple and straightforward. The first shook his head. There are always nuances, as people would say. But overall, you are right. And, as far as I can judge, I continue, for some creatures, the question of such development does not arise. You speak of Jason Ironheart, a man far beyond their kind at this moment in time. Lorian nodded gravely. He visited me, as curious as all men, but beginning to understand and see more than they did. I guided him as I did the others, showed him the way, showed him the goal. But your case is different, isn't it? And again, extremely curious information. The first narrowed his eyes slightly, stroking his chin and beard with his fingers. But I am a completely different case. I was already born this way. Like my people, we were born who we are, such as we are. He fell silent for a moment, sighing, as if from sad memories, because only I remain. I know another kind of being that became like you, immortal, practically omnipotent, having cast off the shackles of flesh and the material world. And they, like Ironheart, were born mortal, similar to humans. I suppose, like me, they are not immortal in the sense that is usually understood by this word. Everyone can die, from illness or injury. But I don't yet understand the essence of your question, although I think I'm beginning to guess. The species I'm talking about created a technology, as far as I can tell, to perform the ascension, as they called it, and their entire civilization passed to another level of existence in an instant. Almost all of them, I added, after a short pause, remembering that in the case of the ancients and the Ori, there had been some failure and unsuitability for attaining their version of divinity, but to a significant degree. Unfortunately, their method was designed for beings of flesh and blood, intelligent, possessing certain moral and psychological qualities, and also endowed with a soul. And you want to know how you could become like them? Lorian sighed, looking at me with a keen and attentive gaze, as if assessing what he saw. I have already found one of the paths demonstrated by Mr. Ironheart, but I'm afraid that in my case, the part of it that requires the soul to move from this body, I circle my hand, to an organic one may reveal unforeseen complications. This time, the first was silent for much longer. He was clearly weighing everything he had heard and somehow studying me, at least for the first second. The replicators of my body detected some kind of radiation, as if emitted by the entire body of Lorian and directed towards me and Rahau.
But then, either he saw what he wanted, or he simply began to act much more subtly, and the nanites stopped recording anything. However, he could be understood. My very presence in the galaxy brought a certain disorder to the long-established system of checks and balances. Not that the shadows and the Vorlons would not break this system with their own energy hands. But the first did not know about this yet, unless, of course, he was not able to predict the future like the Great Machine. And an additional source of uncertainty in my person did not make the situation any easier. "I'm afraid I can't give you what you want," the first finally said. "To become like Ironheart, it's possible, and as you said, you've already found a way. But I simply can't give you more. The only thing I could do to help is share all the knowledge I have about my own essence that could help, well," he smiled with the corner of his lips, "and advise you to ask the question of those beings who have already ascended." Well, I won't say that I'm glad to hear it, but I can't deny that I suspected such an outcome either. I'd be grateful for the knowledge. After all, as always happens, everyone must find their own path. Lorien nodded respectfully, and then in my direction. Most of all, it looked like a flow of strange energy. At least, the nanites and the replicator network identified it in this way. But, along with the energy, this flow carried a huge layer of information. In 0.128 seconds, I realized what the first was, how he saw the world, what his relatives were like in the past, before they left the galaxy or life. Along with this, he transmitted, albeit abbreviated, but still voluminous, squeeze from the history of the universe, from the moment of its inception. Even without an answer to the main question, such a jackpot was incredibly valuable in itself, opening up many potential opportunities because, along with history, the first transmitted both his feelings and his thoughts about his pupils, about their successes and mistakes. In a word, the local minimum god was generous like no one else. The cake. It's definitely the cake's merit. Yes, this is an incredibly generous gift. I bow my head respectfully. Sometimes, it's worth making the younger generations happy. Lorien smiled slyly, subtly hinting at how young and fussy I looked in his eyes. "But you wanted to ask for something. I think I won't be wrong if I assume that the request will concern this wonderful creature." Goa'uld Dorn, who had been sitting in a state of "I'm afraid to breathe lest the adults remember my existence" throughout our entire conversation, which was clearly read through the implant in his head, shuddered, looking warily first at Lorien and then at me. However, the Filinid's face reflected almost nothing, speaking of the excellent self-control and endurance of the future leader of his people. Him and his kind, I nod with a smile. "I wanted to ask you to watch over them while they take their first steps in the galaxy, to avoid making too big mistakes. I can't be sure that I can guide them for long enough, and to abandon my own." I smile wider under a wave of carefully concealed adoration from Morale. "Children to their fate. I can't even do that." The first cast a thoughtful glance at the Filinide, now clearly assessing and studying him as carefully as he had me just recently. Only in a Rouse case, judging by the data received by the replicator network, he was also studying the cat's consciousness, doing it so carefully and subtly that Dorn himself did not notice anything, simply shivering uncomfortably under Lorien's intense gaze. Finally, the grandfather demonstratively sighed, a second later smiling again with the corner of his lips, and nodded. "I am already very old and have raised too many, but perhaps I have enough strength for one more. I will do as you ask. I will see to it that the new, young species safely passes through the most difficult moments of development. Thank you. It really means a lot to me."
"But I will also ask for a favor in return," the first continued. "If it is within my power." "Kosh. I know what happened to Kosh, just as I know that you saved him from oblivion, albeit in such a strange way."
Few in the galaxy know this, but he was one of the first Vorlons to become what they are now. It is strange to say, but I have become attached to him, to his living and inquisitive consciousness, which has not lost its sharpness and brightness over all the past centuries. The encounter with the shadows on the human station was his choice, but I would like him to have another chance. I was going to give him a new body anyway. I nod in agreement. However, I'm not sure about the part of him that is now inside Captain Sheridan. I don't have a way to connect them back together.
I can do this.
So, we have an agreement. I will grow a new organic body for Kosh, give him a new life.
That's it.
Lorien nodded, starting to speak, but then quickly raised his head to the ceiling of the cave and squinted, staring intently somewhere above. And here is the second guest I was talking about. The cause and solution to many problems, and I will need all my attention for this conversation, and therefore I ask you not to interfere, and not to show yourself until everything is over. It will be better for everyone, and for him first of all. All I could do was nod humbly. There was some kind of, not even ironclad, but absolute confidence in his words and Lorien's voice, which made me not even want to argue with him. However, I wasn't really going to interfere. The educational measures of grandfather worked perfectly in the original story, and my visit here was not enough to change this fact somehow. Although Sheridan himself definitely became a slightly different intelligent person. Because of communication with me, among other things. So, stepping aside, I created a miniature invisibility field generator inside my body, similar to the one used on the will of the Emperor, and Rao Dorn and I quietly dissolved into the shadows of the cave under the approving gaze of the first. Chapter 90. Philosophy in the Darkness of Being. The question is more important than the answer. Ambassador Kosh. Interlude. It was pitch black all around, and if only that weren't enough, John couldn't feel his body or anything else around him. Just darkness. How? What? Why? Questions swarmed in his non-existent head, causing a strange discomfort that he couldn't shake off. He remembered flying to Zahadum with Anna, the woman who had once been his beloved wife, but who had now become something completely different and alien to him. He remembered looking at the dark and silent planet below, feeling with all his guts the death waiting for him there. It seemed he saw a fleeting golden spark flashing somewhere on the edge of perception, as if Lord Baal was here too, but... Yes, the Goa'uld ambassador had asked him to tell him when the captain was going to fly to the lair of shadows, which he did. But was he going to fly here himself? Questions. Questions. It seemed that he and Anna had gone down. Yes, he remembered with unprecedented clarity his surprise when, behind the outer layer of the dead and lifeless planet, as soon as they went down into one of the caves, he saw a completely familiar and comfortable, earthly dwelling. They made such things on Mars, where without terraforming, for which there was always a lack of funds and technology, it was possible to be on the surface of the planet only in a respirator and insulated clothing that protected from the dank wind and nasty prickly dust that tried to get into any place not covered by thick fabric. They were already waiting for him. Morden, who was familiar to the point of gnashing teeth, and some respectable elderly man, who seemed to be supposed to personify the experience of years lived. Freshly brewed tea, comfortable chairs, a pleasant but unobtrusive melody coming from hidden speakers, as if he had come to see a psychotherapist somewhere on Earth, and not on the planet of a race of cruel aliens on the opposite end of the studied part of the galaxy. Another memory flashed before Sheridan's non-existent eyes, details of that conversation. It seemed like they were trying to convince him, to win him over, to their side. They were explaining and chewing him over like a small child who, out of a capricious whim, goes against the advice of his parents.
The shadows believe that the human race has great potential. We can either cooperate or remove the mechanism of your support from the playing field. We do not want to turn you into a martyr. That is why we have not killed you yet, in the hope that you will understand. Streamlined phrases, an ingratiating, almost persuasive voice, and a direct, unveiled threat with a second layer of meaning. Support mechanism, obviously the League and Babylon 5, and Delenn, Minbar and the Vorlons. It wasn't said outright, but Sheridan could almost see the shadow ships seeping out of the darkness of space, one after another, surrounding Babylon, waiting for the conversation to end so that... What? How did he even know this? A hunch? Intuition? Another trick of the shadows? And where was he now? Why all this darkness? Was he still in that room? Or another flash of memory brought him to a dimly lit corridor, part of the caverns beneath the surface of Zahadum. Had he been running?
Yes. He remembered breaking away from the trio, grabbing the blaster hidden under his pants, shooting the respectable old man, the two shadow soldiers who had entered the room, and pushing the Anna away as he made his way out into the corridor. He remembered the feeling of desperate determination, alone, in the heart of the enemy's lair with nothing to rely on but his suicidal plan, and the two thermonuclear warheads resting in the hold of the White Star, hanging in orbit. "Jump, now!" Kosh's voice, which rang out in his head at the very second when he was already looking up at the brightly shining spark of fire approaching from the sky, made the man shudder. A part of the Vorlon had been silent the whole time of their journey, had been silent during the entire conversation, in order to remind him of itself now. Jump immediately. And he jumped.
A moment before the White Star broke through the transparent dome that covered the huge metropolis of shadows located in a vast cave, he jumped. A moment before the unbearably bright star flared up and burned him with the incinerating flame of a thermonuclear explosion, giving him even more acceleration in the flight downwards, into a bottomless black abyss, leading somewhere into the depths of the planet. And then he... died? Or not? Sheridan came to himself with a jerk. Here he was, hanging in the middle of endless darkness, without his own body. And the next moment he realized that he was lying on the stone floor of some cave. The feeling of pebbles digging into his cheek was much more invigorating and convincing that he was alive. At least, he would not want to be dead and suffer for the rest of eternity from such sensations. And even more invigorating was the feeling of someone else's piercing gaze coming from somewhere on the side.
John tried to rise sharply but fell back with a groan. He had not felt so weak and at the same time helpless for a long time. "Don't rush." A calm and soft voice rang out. "Your strength will return to you soon. Give it time." And indeed, literally 10 seconds later, he felt a pleasant warmth spread through his body, driving away the weakness and cold in his limbs, and a moment later he realized that he could try to stand up so as not to shamefully fall back face down on the stones. Groaning, tucking his arms under himself, Sheridan carefully rose, taking a vertical position. Now he could finally look at the owner of the voice. It turned out to be an alien completely unfamiliar to the man. He had never met anyone of this species before, and certainly had no idea what he could be doing here on Zadum. Another servant of the shadows? Another attempt to lure him away? Sympathy was reflected on the stranger's face, and he shook his head reproachfully as if he had read his thoughts. Another telepath. "Who are you?" John said hoarsely, peering intently at the alien's strange appearance, feeling a strange shiver throughout his body from the sight of his gold-filled eyes. "Who are you?" He tilted his head slightly to the side, sitting down on one of the stones with a smooth, dignified movement. How did I get here?" The captain shook his head, clearing the residual light haze from his head. "You were born." It sounded completely ordinary, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, but at the same time irritatingly mocking, as Kosh liked to say. "Kosh." John strained his ears,
hoping to hear the Vorlon's voice in his head, explaining what was happening. But all he caught was a feeling of calm joy. Kosh obviously knew this creature. If he had never met him before, and considered the meeting pleasant,
Sheridan shuddered under the attentive gaze that seemed to study him from head to toe and swallowed the lump in his throat. Memories of the jump into the abyss and the furious flames of the explosion suddenly appeared before his eyes, as if in reality. "Why am I still alive?" the captain squeezed out. "Here." The alien moved his fingers with a slight smile. "That's the main question, isn't it? Do you mind if I make this place a little more cozy, like your ancestors did?" Cozy? The creature moved its hands smoothly in the air in front of itself. The captain felt a wave of pleasant warmth, and a small fire flared up right on the stones. It was as if the air itself was burning, bringing warmth and comfort, as it had been said. It seemed that Sheridan could even hear the crackling of the wood and the smell of smoke, although, of course, it was all nonsense. There were only stones around. "Yes, that's definitely better, isn't it?" Having said this, the alien in front of him looked at the captain intently and with some special meaning. And John suddenly realized that he was hanging in that same endless void again. Only now, everything was different. He felt his body, he could move and look around, and also, the captain involuntarily jerked, realizing that he was not alone here. A huge, glowing ball of energy hung in front of the man's face, releasing two thin tendril-like appendages in his direction, which wrapped around his body smoothly, keeping him from falling. A flash, and he was back in the cave in front of the fire, and only the rolling words echoed in his head. "Who are you? What do you want?" And so on in a circle, fading with each repetition. What was that? John shook his head. A dream? A vision? A hallucination? The alien shrugged. Or perhaps something beyond your understanding. Understanding, the captain sighed. That's what I really need. Damn, Delenn. Ivanova. He suddenly realized. I have to get out of here. Warn everyone on the station. Escape from Zahadum is not as easy as you would like. His interlocutor shook his head. And your friends. You can't influence their fate from here. They are either already dead and then your impulse is meaningless, or everything is fine with them, which also deprives your thirst for action of meaning. To return this meaning, the golden eyes stared at him again. You must first come to terms and accept. Accept? Accept what? Escape is the first duty of any prisoner. According to your logic, the alien inclined his head to one side with interest. If you are a prisoner of love, you should strive to escape to loneliness. And if you are a prisoner of joy, your goal is sadness. This doesn't make sense. Damn it, I don't even know who you are. Why do you need to know my name? The alien chuckled. If I tell you that my name is Lorien, what good will it do you? It will do you no good, but it may be a loss to me. Words carry a lot more meaning than you all think, Lorien shook his head. And names can carry terrible power in the right hands. The universe began with a word, as you say, but which came first, the word itself or the thought behind it? It is impossible to create a language without a thought, but a thought without a language does not exist. So which came first, Captain Sheridan? His own last name made the captain shudder, staring in amazement at Lorien. He knew him, knew his name. Although the captain was sure that he had never seen this place or this creature before. Still, another trick of the shadows? Or was this the one behind everything that was happening in the galaxy? Or, John felt his head literally begin to split, and the slightly sympathetic,
but at the same time mocking look of golden eyes only caused additional outbreaks of migraine.
No, Lorien sighed. For now, you are too immersed in immediate issues to think about something more global. About something more global? For example, about who you really are? Who are you? And what do you want? How are you? Dangerous questions, Captain, and there is no convenient or easy answer. I suppose that is the problem. So, Lorien rose to his feet, coming closer and looking at the man carefully. What are you? Captain of the planet Earth's space fleet? Commander of the Babylon 5 space station? Chosen by the forces of light? Husband, lover, friend, boss? All of these words have their time and place, but right now, they are empty. So who are you, Captain Sheridan? I don't understand. I don't know what you want to hear. I can help you with this problem, tell you who you are. You, Captain Sheridan, are a dead man. What nonsense? Nonsense? Is it possible to survive a thermonuclear explosion and a fall from 3 kilometers? And that's exactly how deep this crevice is. Lorien waved his hand around the cave. And I'm not talking about a dose of radiation that would be lethal for your species. Of course, you jumped down before the explosion. But you clearly didn't fly far enough for the thickness of the rock to cover you. And your pulse. Is your heart still beating, Captain? Are you hungry? Thirsty? Sheridan feverishly pressed his fingers to his neck, trying to feel a pulse. And he felt nothing. Just as he did not feel thirst, hunger, even the discomfort from lying on the stones and the recent loss of consciousness disappeared. What? But how? I have no pulse. Because my stubborn guest, you, as I said, are dead. I don't believe it. No, but I really did jump. Kosh's voice in my head, and I fell in the darkness for eternity. Kosh, answer me, you bastard. Did you arrange all this? Nothing lasts forever. Lorien answered for the still silent Vorlon. Not the fall, not you, not even me. Even the universe will eventually meet its end. Entropy will consume everything around it. In the end, we all fall to the bottom, Captain, no matter how high we climb. Have you fallen yet? I should have, but I can't remember how it happened, the man answered honestly. Then there are only 2 possibilities. If you hit the bottom, then you are dead. If you haven't hit the bottom, then you are still falling, and everything around you is a figment of your consciousness. Or, if you think about it, you are stuck between what? Between 2 moments. When a being is born, they are given a limited amount of time. Seconds, if you like. Each passing second takes a piece of life with it. Tick. And the reason for joy evaporates. Tack. And a careless word closes the way. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Your time is almost up. You are stuck between 2 seconds. No longer tick, but not yet tack. Tick, and you are alive. Tack, and you are dead, smashed against the stone floor of the cave. Or maybe this is all you're doing. Having overcome the rolling nausea, Sheridan stepped forward sharply, clasping Lorien by the shoulders. Shadows, my wife, Morden, threats, riddles in the dark. Who the hell are you? What do you want from me? Why am I here? Why are you here? The rare claps that came from somewhere behind him made Sheridan flinch and let go of Lorien, looking around. At one of the walls, where he was sure just a second ago there was no one and nothing, stood Lord Baal.
The Goa'uld ambassador smiled broadly, demonstratively applauding what was happening. Next to the ambassador, a massive figure in golden armor emerged from the shadows. One of his guards. Ra'Dorn, if John remembered the felonid's name correctly. Lord Baal, of course, John breathed out.
And I was wondering why you asked me to tell you when. Whatever you are thinking about now, Captain Sheridan, Baal smiled. You are deeply mistaken in your assumptions. So let's do without mutual recriminations, for which one of the parties will later feel excruciating pain. I can assure you, the ambassador bowed his head. I flew here on my own business. But I asked you not to interfere, Lorien said discontentedly, upsetting the captain's mood and causing him to start looking between the participants in the conversation in surprise. I'm not underestimating your experience in any way, but your dialogue with the captain clearly took a wrong turn, so I thought it appropriate to calm the passions, so to speak. I don't understand anything, the captain winced irritably. Stop playing with riddles, Lorien. He turned to the alien, who looked at him questioningly. Tell me straight, is there a way out of here? Yes. He nodded after a short pause. But you won't like it. Why? To get out, you will have to surrender to So. Die, Captain. Right now, only my strength, my will, and energy are holding you back. But it is because of them that you are hanging. In an uncertain state, you have two options. Surrender, as I said, or die, trusting me. And then I will be able, perhaps, to catch you at the very bottom, keeping you from falling into the abyss. Or you can stay where you are now, between the ticks and the talks, between the last moments of your existence. But you will have to be next to me all the time. That's the only way you will continue to be. I don't think you'll be happy with such a neighborhood. Judging by the expression on Lord Baal's face, he was clearly about to make some kind of comment. But after a quick but intense glare from Lorien, the Goa'uld only shrugged slightly, remaining silent and remaining a silent observer of the conversation. A conversation with each minute of which Sheridan began to feel more and more that he was being led into something again. Something that he understood absolutely nothing about, but which would have far-reaching consequences and was very important for the mess happening in the galaxy. There was little pleasant in this. I can't die, the captain said stubbornly. There's a war going on out there. If nothing is done, billions will die. Do you really not care? No, of course not, Lorien shook his head. War is a terrible grief when your children fight and die at each other's hands. But children are children. You warn them, and they don't want to listen to you. Your children? John hiccuped in surprise. Figuratively, Captain, figuratively. Species that appeared in the galaxy after me, those I guided and raised, children, pupils, younger brothers, choose any term. Perhaps, Lorien looked at the man doubtfully, turning his gaze to Baal. Now is not the time for this conversation, but since everything turned out this way, I am old, Captain. And I was old when the molecules of your home world had just formed the land and sea you are accustomed to. I was old when the first man climbed down from the tree and picked up a stick. I was... So you are one of the originals. No, Captain, not one of the originals. I am the original, the first, if you like. An indefinable sound came from Baal, like a carefully concealed chuckle, but the Goa'uld remained silent, allowing Lorien to finish the educational moment. And Sheridan, the captain, needed time to simply digest everything he had heard and comprehend what he had learned. Kosh had spoken of the primordials,
ancient races that had reached the height of their power so long ago that there were almost no legends left about them. And now he stood before a creature that was exactly the same hoary antiquity for the primordials themselves. The scale of what was happening was oppressive. But Lorien was clearly waiting for some kind of answer or reaction. The gaze of the golden eyes studying the captain was attentive and intent. "Why are you still here?" John finally asked. "I'm the one stuck, as you said, between moments, while you—" "I'm waiting," the first shrugged. "Waiting? For what?" "Interlocutor. You are the second after the one known to you as Lord Baal, who has traveled such a long way." "And the shadows? Do they know you're here?" "Of course." Lorien nodded. "That's why they return to Zahadum every time they are driven out of the galaxy."
I suppose they think it's a sign of respect for me. But it's just an empty tradition. Now, they understood, they knew, but that was a long, long time ago, 1,000,000 years ago. Sheridan looked at his interlocutor in bewilderment. 1,000,000 years? Is a living being? "You don't look so old," was all the captain could squeeze out. "I don't look it, at least not at the moment." The next moment, John briefly found himself in the darkness again, held by glowing tendrils of pure energy. The vision passed as quickly as it had come, but it left an indelible impression and awareness. Images of the Babylon 5 archive footage immediately popped into his head, showing Jason Ironheart as a huge, glowing being hanging outside the station. He had said something about meeting in 1,000,000 years. So Lorien was something like that? Something that humans might someday become in the distant future? The Vorlons. Kosh had been a glowing being of light back then, by the monorail at the station. The picture of the world around him had just become much more complex than the man would have liked. Don't take his words too seriously. The voice of the Kosh particle that suddenly sounded in his head made the captain shudder. He is wise and old, but has almost forgotten how to communicate with young species. Too old, too wise. Cat? The Vorlon part is finally awakened. Lorien smiled. Where are you from? We all have hidden virtues, Captain. It was he who told me to jump up there. We met him, nodded the first, a long time ago. He remembered that I was here. However, this is precisely part of our problem, the Kosh particle. You yourself, you both still cling to your lives. At another time, this would be a virtue, but now, it keeps you here. I offer you my help again. Throw off this burden. Surrender yourself to the mercy of the universe. But I will die. Perhaps. Lorien inclined his head. Or perhaps not. Captain, the first sighed. You cannot reject death just out of fear for what will happen in your absence. This is not a thirst for life. It is an escape from death. That is why you are stuck between two moments. I caught you at the last moment, did not let you fall. That is why we are talking. But I can do more only when you resign yourself. They need me. They need you. But they don't need you as you are now. He gestured at the man. They need you, who you can become if you cast aside empty fear, if you understand who you are, why you are here, and what you want. Without someone else's instructions, without someone else's desires and orders. Yourself. You must stop looking for reasons to live. You must simply be. And Kosh? You said, with the Vorlons, it's both more complicated and simpler at the same time. Lorien sighed. They can split their self into many parts, placing them into other living beings. It's not like life, and if the main part of their personality dies, they won't last long. But long is by Vorlon standards. Even so, They will exist much longer than a human life.
But that's not the point. Lord Baal.
They asked me for him.
The Goa'uld nodded.
I have the power to give him a new body, even if it is not the same as the previous one. But he will be able to gather together his self, the greater part of which was preserved by me.
What? Sheridan felt the Kosh in his head stir, literally flaring up with a mixture of indignation, surprise, and hope. And the captain once again felt that everyone around him seemed to know and do much more than he could even guess. In itself, this was not at all surprising. John did not consider himself a genius. But in this particular situation, such a revelation drove him into despondency. Yes.
And you can't cure me the same way?
The captain looked at Baal doubtfully.
Give me a new body, or you cured Mr. Garibaldi?
Not in this case. The Goa'uld sighed. Lorian's words about you being stuck between moments are not just a beautiful turn of phrase. You are truly neither alive nor dead, Captain. You are somewhere in between. You are, so to speak, not even present to the ordinary world around you. The universe simply does not know how to treat you.
But what should I do then?
You must resign yourself, Captain. Step into the abyss. Surrender yourself to the mercy of the universe. Sheridan swayed, clutching the nearest wall, feeling his vision darken, and he was being sucked back into the darkness. Only this time, it wasn't just a vision. This time he knew. He felt it in his bones, that it was real. That getting out of there wouldn't be easy, if it was even possible. Was this what Lorien had said? Surrender. Just be, but don't run from death. This was Delenn, the man whispered, sinking to the cave floor.
I'll catch you, Captain, came a soft voice. I can't create life, but I can fan the embers. The man did not hear anything further. It was very interesting to watch the upbringing of the younger generation. But it was even more interesting to see what exactly Lorien did to Sheridan. The captain actually fell from a height of 3 kilometers, literally crashing on the stone floor of the First's cave dwelling, but he's somehow incredible. The replicators refused to even put forward theories on this account. Not just caught him, but stretched out the subjective moment of death for the entire time of their conversation, simultaneously restoring the structural integrity of the man's broken body. In fact, it was this last point that was the main reason why I did not insist on the offer to cure Sheridan in the sarcophagus. That, and also Lorien's warning glance, coupled with a short no, transmitted to me through Dorn using telepathy.
Meanwhile, the educational conversation went on as usual. Lorien was messing with the captain's brains. The captain was trying not to go crazy. And I stood and watched, scanning what was happening with all available means. Without a large array of replicator blocks distributed around, as was the case on the Babylon or in my lab, the possibilities were somewhat limited. But this was more than compensated for by the higher quality of my own nanites, which leveled the situation. And there was something to see. Lorien, holding the captain between seconds, constantly fed him with some kind of energy, pouring into the man's body in a wide stream. It seems that in the series he revived him in this way, feeding him with his own power, artificially spurring cell regeneration and metabolism in a hopelessly dead human body. Moreover, she did it masterfully, even allowing Delenn to conceive a child, which aroused great interest and respect in itself.
And therefore, although I could not understand what exactly was happening, I scanned and remembered in the hope of figuring it out later. Now all that remains is to wait, Lorien said quietly, rising to his feet from the prostrate captain, to whom he had sat down immediately after he had sunk to the floor of the cave.
I have done all that was in my power. The rest is up to him. Now, Kosh, how long will it take you to grow a body? In fact, I shrug, 10 minutes to complete the process and open the capsule. Although I did not launch the body-growing procedures for the Vorlon specifically, the laboratory always had blanks for genetic experiments, including fully prepared organic bodies of any kind, preserved until the moment when they would be needed. They even had a fairly high telepathic potential, although they were not telepaths right now. The telepathy gene was present in the bodies, but was in a dormant state, which, however, was quite easily corrected by a small intervention, which even human doctors would be capable of, if they knew about the theoretical possibility of such manipulation. As far as I remember, such operations to rewrite part of the genome were available to people even in the 20th century. Okay. Lorien raised an eyebrow, leaning over and extending his hand to the lying Sheridan. The first's hand began to glow, and the next moment, a small but brightly shining ball of energy, emitting tiny flagella, slid out of the captain's chest. Having flown into the air, the ball was sucked into Lorien's hand, causing a smile to appear on the latter's lips, and he straightened up, turning to me. Take us to the base of Kosh. Without the captain, a bright beam of light, striking from the ceiling, carried me, Dorn, and the First aboard the will of the Emperor. Now I know the structure of the ancient chthonic. I could have exclaimed if there was no structure. The Asgard teleporter recorded his presence, otherwise I would not have been able to target Lorien for the transfer. But that was all. The system saw him as a dense clot of energy, of an incredibly large volume, and all my senses told me that I was able to transfer him only because I was allowed to do so. An excellent way to knock down excessive self-confidence. Lorien could have transferred himself aboard the ship, as he had recently done, but he preferred to be polite and demonstrate his capabilities. It is not very pleasant to once again so clearly realize that you are not the biggest toad in this swamp, despite all your capabilities. I suppose I could have come up with something to counter the First in the event of a direct confrontation, especially since it was made of pure energy, and replicators and energy. Well, there were options, but he could just as easily have pulled off one of those basic tricks that Ulkesh had used on me on Babylon 5. And I suspect he would have done it with much greater effectiveness than the quarrelsome Vorlon. In any case, the teleportation took us to the Emperor's will chamber, which now housed the cube containing Kosh's mind, with most of it. Lorien looked around the room with genuine curiosity, paying particular attention to the device in front of him, and turned to me. The level of technological development commands respect, and once again confirms that you are an outsider here. Is it that obvious? I think even you have noticed that all more or less developed species in this part of the universe are on the path of biotechnological development. The Vorlons and the Shadows are the best examples of my words, the most obvious and direct. There are advantages in both directions. I bow my head in agreement, although they are different. I can't give you what you're looking for. I already told you, and I remember. In any case, I gesture to the cube. Most of Kosh is there. How do you plan to unite them again? When he gets a body, my direction, Lorien chuckled, works with living beings. 44 seconds. I nod, simultaneously giving the command to the replicators to transfer the capsule with the new body for Kosh to this hall. A flash of the teleportation beam, and next to the cube, having taken a strictly verified position, a glass cylinder appears,
still filled with a nutrient solution, in which the body of a thin human male of indeterminate age is located.
It was possible to choose any of the test subjects, and there were also representatives of the younger species, on the basis of whose DNA I conducted experiments, but firstly, no one specified who we would be moving him into, and secondly, I don't think that Kosh will care about the appearance of the body, since he will literally get a chance at a second life. Several younger ones crawled out of the walls under the interested gaze of the first, assembling a superstructure around the cloning vat and the cube with Kosh's mind from their bodies, connecting one with the other. Surprisingly, the Vorlon himself remained silent. I specifically checked that he was conscious and not in that specific analog of sleep that was the only one available to him now, and the cube's external cameras were closely tracking my movements with Lorien and all manipulations around his container.
Either he really remembered the universal grandfather and knew what he could do, or Lorien somehow incredibly connected with him even in this form, although I refused to understand how this was possible in principle. In any case, the connection between the cube and the new body was complete for the Vorlon, and I gave the command to transfer the ambassador's consciousness and soul back from the digital to the organic carrier. In fact, the procedure was somewhat similar to the creation and loading of a personality matrix into the heads of the sisters, with the only difference being that the body was not an android, and the personality matrix was a much more complex structure. However, for the replicators, there was no fundamental difference. Information is information.
Lorien watched what was happening carefully, staring intently at Kosh's new body with his faintly flickering golden eyes. And then, when according to the data from the replicator network, the transfer was 96.331% complete, he stepped forward, placing his glowing palm on the glass of the capsule. The replicators recorded an additional data stream that appeared out of nowhere, wedged into the transferred soul of Kosh, without, however, disrupting the transfer process. The already familiar ball of light flowed from the first's palm into the chest of the new Kosh, and after 1.325 seconds, the network reported the completion of the download. "Now we can wake him up," Lorien nodded, taking a step back. "Well, if I'm going to wake him up, I'll wake him up. I give the command to open the capsule, and the level of the solution in it begins to rapidly decrease, flowing into the holes that have formed right in the floor. Finally, when I scanned Kosh for the last time, making sure I hadn't forgotten anything, the capsule opened, freeing the man standing inside, slightly swaying. It was interesting to watch the awakening of each neuron in the brain of the resulting hybrid. The Vorlon clearly needed time to get used to the unusual container for life, although it took him only 10.339 seconds, since he clearly had information from the inside of humanoid aliens, including people whom he had managed to travel in during his long life. The role of a passenger was not the same as a driver, but with the level of consciousness development of the Vorlons, this difference was clearly overcome quite easily. "An unusual experience," Kosh said hoarsely, without opening his eyes. "New experiences are always beneficial," Lorien answered, with a slight smile. "Lorien," Kosh opened his slightly glowing blue eyes. "I didn't expect to see you both," although he thought, clearly listening to his thoughts. Judging by the memory from the part of me that was in Captain Sheridan, it was still probable. "He did fly to Zahadum. This is his path. Lord Baal," he turned towards me, "you kept your word. You returned my body. I am grateful. Promises made must be kept. That's the point. Besides," I smile, "I got some very valuable information in the process." "Yes," Kosh grinned, "the desire for knowledge and development." "What next? I can't go back to Babylon 5 or home like this, and the return of the me that was before." He frowned thoughtfully, closing his eyes. "It's possible, but it will take time and effort."
It's a question of disguise, I shrug. Ambassador Kosh wasn't the most sociable before, if you think about it.
The main thing is to decide whether you want to return to your previous role or whether you'll use the changes to, change your life?
Yes, Kosh answered, after a short pause, looking at Lorien, who smiled good-naturedly. And why am I not surprised? Our agreement is still in force? I look at Lorien. Of course, the first nodded, casting a glance at Orao, who was posing as furniture, frozen by the wall but listening attentively to the conversation. I have remembered your companion, and I will keep an eye on his appearance when they settle into their new home. Don't worry about it. Let's go. This was already addressed to Kosh, and the next moment the first smoothly moved his hand, tracing the new body of the Vorlon, the air around which thickened, forming a dense robe covering him from head to toe. Another demonstration of capabilities,
although this time the replicators recorded completely explainable physical processes, akin to those that took place in the Asgard teleportation device, operating in the atomic printer mode. Only in the case of Lorien, this was done almost instantly, without visual effects and without a teleportation device. Chthonic monster. Mother of it. And the next moment, they both disappeared in a brief flash of light, and only by watching the replicator footage, slowed down 113 times, could one see how Lorien shrank into a blindingly shining sphere of energy, sucked in the similarly flaring Kosh, and was carried away through the hull of the ship down to the planet of shadows. So that was some talking, huh?